and we're live on YouTube too. I'm experimenting with having the YouTube stream not go live right away, because that will allow me to skip the entire starting soon thing, which I can't now edit out because the stream VODs are too long. Apparently YouTube doesn't let me do that, so which kind of sucks. So now it's just going to start right into it, right into the entire stream, which I think is okay. So as I mentioned before, I forgot that I had to press the button. A community member, Hugh Brown, made us a spell check in Python, and we're gonna spend a little bit of time trying to get this into Docker so we can use we can Dockerize it and use it as an executable. I've done a little bit of Python stuff in the past, not too much Python 3. Most of it was way a while back in Python 2 land. So I don't know a lot of the things that we need to like get working. I don't know like the full differences between it too, because I kind of just stopped Python at that time. But all right, let's play with it. So first off, we're gonna pull this down. So now theoretically I should also be able to grab this entire thing with like an add, I think, in a Docker file, which could be really interesting too. But I'm not going to worry about that too much. So I'm going to clone you into bspell. That's what it's called. All right, and this is obviously the spelling script. There is an install, and there's also a README here. So if I were to open up the README, lets us know, okay, installation, we're gonna need Python. So we need this virtual env, but we can install that with PyEnv, I suppose. And then the other thing is that there's this install script. Which is going to try, okay, this installs PyEnv. So first off, I'm curious whether or not like the Python, I assume this is Python 3. It would be, yeah, okay, Python 3.12. So that's what we need. So let's see. If we do a Docker search, maybe Python. So I see Python, I see PyPy and Hilang. Both of that, all three of those are official. I wonder if Python's gonna have what we want here. All right, well, let me, let's touch, I guess we could just go straight into a Helix. Do I want a Docker file? Maybe. We're gonna have fun from, and that looks like it's just Python. I think that I can probably do latest on this one, because I think that means we get Python 3 out of it, and that should be fine, right? So if I do that, we're gonna want a volume for us to throw all of our stuff into. So we want volume, which is, we're gonna put in, probably not code. Let's just do data, like the stuff, the files. Let's see. Okay, so from volume, do I want to create a user directory? Oh, we need probably code too. Like to actually have the code would be helpful. Although this might not be a volume. per se. Okay, let's run user add. What did we do? It was like -m-d. Oh, I forget which one I want to do. I will. Okay, we're just gonna set up a command to be /bin bash. We'll just start with that for right now. And so if I come over here, we're gonna want oh, I want to add in all the code, don't I? So let's do an add. So add everything in this current directory. So I can't remember if it's star. If I can do that. Or just add dot to like, okay, what we got here, and then I want this to go into /code, which I hope that is going to actually create it. Otherwise, we're going to have to do a run to create a new to create a directory. All right, so if I let's see, there's our Docker file. So we're gonna do a Docker build. T, we're gonna name this bspell. I'm not gonna namespace this yet. Maybe if we get it working, we can do that. And then just go there. And we should be able to run this too. So Docker run IT, remove it when we're done with it because we're in the middle of building it. I need a volume, so I want to. Do I need a volume yet? I don't know if I need a full volume yet of like something to spell. I think I just want to go in there and see if I can get it installed and running. So IT vol that and we're gonna run bspell. That should drop us in here. Oh, I should. I don't know if I want to go into like data or something. All right, so here we go. We have our Docker file. Okay, so we have everything here. It did bring in the Docker file. I could probably have a Docker ignore and ignore the Docker file, but I think we're fine. All right. Now, if I try to run install, that's not going to work anymore because the install instructions are for Mac, and we're now in a Linux system, which most likely is based on Ubuntu, but technically could be based on anything, and I didn't look. So in install, now it wants to install PyEnv. So let's see if we can get that with apt. Ooh, it did not find PyEnv. Do you exist? No, you do not exist. Okay, so we have to find a different way to install PyEnv. So PyEnv, maybe like Ubuntu. Okay, so yeah, on OS X that's going to be homebrew, but we don't have OS X here. Oh, but we can just do this. We can curl and then pass that into bash. So we'll do that one. Now, I did not add it into my bash profile, but I don't think that, I think that's normal. Excuse me. All right, so well, we now know how to install this. And then where did you go? You went to just, okay, so if I just do PyEnv. Oh, I need to go to my home directory. And there is PyEnv. What do you have in here? Okay, so you have bin PyEnv. Okay, so that's how that's gonna work. So we are going to now, I wonder if I can get away with this as the user, which means we can do our user add. So is it user add? Yeah, user add. Now, if I just give it, okay, so create the user's home directory. And we'll just throw everything into the home directory instead of like /code then. That will be easier. Or maybe it'll be, okay, yeah, no, we need a user home directory so it can install into the user home directory. All right, so -m, and we'll call this spell checker. All right, so if I switch over to you, it did create it into /home spell checker. Okay, so if we run this, we're gonna do, we create our volume data, we add this to where the code is. You know, I wonder if I can do an add as a user. So in this case, we're going to do run user add spell checker. We want to switch to the user spell checker. We can add the code to, okay, so we can add this to /code, which hopefully should make it that same directory. Otherwise, I'll do this beforehand and we'll chmod it. Or, oh, you know what we can do? We can put it into /home spell checker. Here's the code. Okay, code goes in there. We want to run. And then this is going to be that command. And our work dir right now, then we need to add in to our shell. So then another run, we want to, oh no, it's not run, it's env. So we want to env, let's see, $, so our path is going to equal the Neverworld. Hello. How are you doing today? I'm reaching out to you today because I heard you're an expert professional hacker and have hacked Microsoft and Facebook before. I mean, I would say that everything there is true except for everything past the word hello. I have never hacked anything before. I played a hacker game once. Does that count? Let's see. So our path equals what is this going to be? Oh, right, where it's going to be in our home directory, which did we decide it's like curly brackets, or is it? I think it's curly brackets in here. It might be circle brackets. I don't remember anymore. And then we're gonna do home directory dot env bin. Okay, so that goes into there, and I want colon, and then another one, and then this is gonna be whatever is in the env. Okay, and that should now add the stuff, now have PyEnv available to us. Okay, so if we save you, we do another Docker build, and we try this again. You need to learn Docker someday. Docker, I think, is a great technology to learn. And I want to say, although I've never tried the other technologies like Podman and some of the other ones, I bet that if you learn Docker, we could probably just learn the other ones pretty quickly. They're all based on the same general ideas. Okay, so Docker does that. Now we're going to do a Docker run again. Drop into here. Okay, so we're in spell checker. It did drop us into slash. I forgot to set the work directory, but that's fine. So we're going to go to home, spell checker. The ls command not found. Cool. That's awesome. Echo path. Nice. I literally only have this. This is the only thing in my path. Oh, and I went to slash. Okay, so it's not. That needs to be parentheses, not curly brackets. And then while we're here, let's workdir. Is it workdir? I thought it was workdir, but also you're super upset. That doesn't bode well. Workdir equals, oh no, workdir slash home spell checker. Okay. Dir colors command not found. Okay, interesting. That is also not correct. Okay. What did we do? We did environment variables. It was like maybe a Docker file. No, that's like actually just adding that in there. I think it's this one. No, this is just how the Docker file works. Oh, in Dockerizing Helix. Oh yeah, look at this. That's exactly what it is. Okay, so it is curly brackets. Okay, so I was initially correct. Let's try you. That's still not doing anything. It's still not going to my home direct. Okay, fine. If I don't reset the path, I'm curious about that. Yeah, I have a normal path here. So what was I doing differently here? So we have env. So I want to do something similar to this. Where we have, okay, so env path equals, so instead of root, this is gonna be home spell checker. So cargo, this is gonna be pyenv bin, and then go into path. I mean, that should work theoretically. Otherwise, I'll just have to grab the other path and put it in here, but oh, I'm in Docker still. There we go. Okay, I have no idea what I did wrong previously, but now pyenv should now be here and is working. Okay, excellent. And we have Python. So if we continue to look at our install here, so now we want to run this, right? So pyenv install this line. So can I just grab you, put you in here? Yeah, this should just work now. Oh, and this actually just, okay, so pyenv install 3.12.0 installs Python 3.12.0. Oh, I don't need to do that at all, because we can just say I want from Python 3.12, and that should just work. So I don't need to do you at all. Yeah, and there is a Docker, there is a 3.12. Is that the latest? Because it didn't download any new image layers. That's good. Maybe one more layer it downloaded. Okay, so that's good. Virtual env and then bspell. Okay, so we want these things. All right, so if I just grab you. Now this is after we set the environment, so now we can do another run. We do you. Okay, then we do you. Install the apps requirements, okay. Now, pip install requirements txt. We need to be in the correct directory for this. And those are all things that we're just installing into the entire environment, from what I understand. So now we want to not be in spell checker. I want to be in yes, we want to be in spell checker code, and we run this one. And then that should install things. Let's find out. So if this works, it'll just do the things, and if it doesn't, it'll crash at this point in time, which, great, it did not. Okay, so PyEnv virtual environment is not installed in PyEnv. Oh, so I do need to install, okay, so I do need this. That's too bad. I thought I could get away without it. I think it's also installing Python, which is too bad. Which kind of makes me wonder if there's a PyEnv Docker image. Yes, but there's no official ones, which means that I wouldn't want to use them. Okay, but that wasn't too long, and now it's going to be virtualized. Okay. Permission denied. Okay. Where are you trying to install that? So PyEnv version file write. Now I'm running this. Well, I'm running this in the wrong workdir, probably. So let's add stuff into here. And then we'll change directory into it. And then we can run everything else. Let's try that. Oh, because I changed something ahead of it, it's going to invalidate the cache, or maybe it never finished this line. Ah, okay. Permission denied again. Where is it trying to write it? I guess what we should do is jump into it right before it runs. Okay, so it's trying to run the PyEnv local bspell. Let's try to run this ones. Oh, you know what? Sylvie's here. You can turn on cat cam. Okay, there we go. So now we can do a Docker run. All right. First of all, I'm in code. Why am I in? Oh, right. I'm in the correct thing. So I'm in home directory code. I missed this symbol to begin with. I thought maybe I was in slash code for some reason. But okay, that's good. Now all that stuff isn't here. That's good. Now if I was to try to run, first of all, who owns this? Root owns this. Oh. Well, that could cause a problem. So I need to let's just go ahead. Okay, so from this, we'll create a volume. We'll add in, okay, so we'll add in everything into the code there. We'll create a new user. And then we need to run now a chown recursive. Is it, I think it's user and then path, right? So this is gonna be spell checker to home spell checker code. Then we switch over to that user. Then we switch into go to code. Then we run all these things and we install it. We set our path. We set the path properly. Then we install you. We install you. And let's try those things. Oh, that, okay, different problem. Failed to solve process. Bash did not complete successfully. It was completing successfully before. Huh. Oh, permission denied. I did not do this correct. Permission denied. Spell checker. Okay, so what do we want to do for this? I want to now, okay, so I'm attempting to chown this. I kind of wonder what did I did wrong? Clearly I did something wrong. Oh, okay, so I own it, but the group is still root. Okay, so that's clearly a problem. So I need to chown need that. And then down here, yeah, so code is still root. Okay, so that's probably the problem there. Let's try this again. Oh, it did not. Okay, so permission denied again. Oh, and to chown. Okay, so I want to chown you. Maybe I want my workdir just to be in spell checker. Then we run all these things. Then we'll have another workdir for home spell checker code. No, it doesn't like that. Okay. So let's try. Okay, so at this point in time, let's take you out. Now, oh, my home directory is owned by root. Oh, well, that's a problem. Why is my home directory owned by root? Okay, so now I own my own home directory now, so I should be able to run this command. Well, besides, the run part. Yeah, now you're happy. Okay. I bet that was the entire problem. Right, this part takes the longest to install Python for it. I'm kind of surprised it didn't cache this layer, but I guess it's because it's not cached against the layers before it. If those ones changed, it needs to change. Okay, hey, so we're good. We're good. We got it. So now we can do our Docker run again. And so the install happened, which means that the pip install requirements should have happened. Okay, so that works. Now what's next? Traverse to a directory, invoke the application from the command line, bspell. You'll be prompted for actions. Rugmat, hello, how are you doing today? And you're deemed pet the cat. We can do that. We can pet the cat. Sylvie, you awake? You get a better view of his little face. He is tired today. Oh, right. That reminds me. I do have a task. I have a task in my backlog to create a Sylvie with glasses emote. All right. I think we woke him up, but yeah, it's fine. He'll be fine. Yeah, so I created this one, which is sort of based on the previous one that we have, and I threw on a beret on him. So hopefully that looks good. We don't actually have a beret that we can put on him in real life. He would hate that. The tie is like as much as we can because it's essentially a collar. Okay. So now we invoke this, and then it's going to ask us to spell check. So let's spell check the README, for example. So if I bspell, we get, let's see. Oh, a bunch of errors. Oh, because it's looking for a dictionary of words. Now, the dictionary is taken from the standard location on a Mac. If that is no good for you, override the location and file name with the command line option. So yeah, I think what we can do is I can add that in here. So if that really is the standard location on Mac, we can now do another add, and this will be user share dict words to user share dict words. I wonder if I'm going to need to, I bet we're going to need to set the ownership of that, but maybe not. Okay, let's find out. So we have to rebuild this again. Ooh. Failed to compute cache key, failed to calculate checksum for ref. Oh, interesting. Okay, so let's see. ls. What is this? User share. It's just a file. What does it look like? Okay, it's just ASCII text. All right, it's just literally a bunch of words. Okay, that seems fine. Why are you upset about this? Failed to solve, failed to compute cache key, failed to calculate checksum for ref. Not found. Huh, I wonder why it doesn't like add for that. I wonder if there's is there a dictionary that's available on apt? That'd be nice if we could just install that. The other thing is, can I override? Okay. If that is no good for you, override the location and file name with the command line option. So it is possible to override. So what if we, instead of putting you here, put you just in the home directory? So home spell checker, words, dict, words. And then that's going to get choned like everything else. Well, it still doesn't like that for exactly the same reason. I could try a copy. But I can't imagine that would do anything. To me, that's more of like, okay, reaching, just like trying something randomly to see if that works. But yeah, that's exactly the same problem. Okay, so okay, what if I copy you in just to this directory here? So if we just copy user now, you're just a normal file as far as I can tell. Okay, so let's try now add this. Oh, and now it's in there. Okay, so now you're in there with that, add that. Okay, excellent. So let's try this again. Yeah, I don't know why it wouldn't let me add in the files on its own. Add works for files, like if you handed a file specifically, I think it does. I don't know why it wouldn't like us taking it from user share unless like there's a permission problem for some reason. Maybe my user here on this side isn't allowed to see it. Docker is running as root, so it should have access to everything. All right, so now we're going to do our Docker run again. We're in here. We want to now do our spell. Oh, and I need to update you. All right, it's -- help. And then I can, okay, so I can give it the dictionary name as words. And there we go. Okay. So okay, so dictionary file words, in for, okay, so requirements dev, replace Pylint. No. Okay, so that was the only word that it couldn't see in requirements dev. So now we're in README. Replace. Okay, so we have a simple spell checking app. Replace checking? No. Replace app? No. Parts is a real word, right? Wait, parts has got to be in words, right? Oh, there's no parts. There's literally no parts. Oh, okay. So this dictionary of words is terrible. Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, this'll be fun. Okay. Now, if I remember correctly, this has a how to use in here. So you'll be prompted for actions to apply to misspelled words it finds. Possible responses are replace the misspelled word. You'll be prompted for the change. Do not replace the misspelled word. Add the misspelled word to the in-memory dictionary. Unfortunately, this is only temporary. Do not check any more words in the file. So like skip the rest of the file. So we want to basically, yes. So here, this is, we want to replace parts. So I say yes. Replacement word is like, I just say parts again. Do I want automated? Automated, I think, is correct. So I want to add this. So add PyEnv. No, add that. Virtual env. The number 3. Yeah. It's like a lot of things in here. Okay, so I mean, the only problem that I see is that the dictionary is terrible. And why is iSpell's dictionary so much better? It must come with its own dictionary. Where is iSpell's dictionary? So iSpell dictionary, like Linux spelling. I know. Does this tell us where the dictionary is? Okay, so environment, default dictionary to use if no D flag is given, but I don't think that it sets that for me. Oh, that, okay. Oh, it has a hash dictionary, which is obviously, oh, it uses this for the lookup function. Okay, never mind. So it is using user shared dict words. Interesting. Okay, so never mind. I don't know why this words, oh, because then it creates its own dictionary, but it's a hash dictionary, which this isn't compatible with. So we can, let's try it for a little bit, and if it drives us too much crazy, we'll switch back to iSpell. But I think this could work. So what we wanted to do is, now we have a volume data, which we're going to be able to switch into, and that should be fine, I think. So our commands now, do I want to put this in? Probably command. Now this changes it in place, which is fine. Do I want this to be in the what's the other ones? Command and entry point. Okay, so our entry point, I want this to be, instead of bin bash, we're gonna do, oh, this checks it in the local, whatever directory we're currently in. So I probably want to update our path again. Oh, but we've already created this, so I want home spell checker, bin, and then another one. So this is going to be home spell checker code, and that's where the bspell exists, and then this goes in there. Okay. And then you're going to be just bspell in whatever the current directory we're in. And so then the final thing would be workdir. Oh, ad break started. I didn't even notice that we were starting with that. Okay. I'll probably work through this as we're getting this set up. Workdir data. and then we'll call bspell. And this will be interesting to see if it works the way we expect it to. Let's try it. Okay, so we built that, and we should now give it a shot. So if we head over to our Docker course, we're putting that into /data, right? So we can get status. Okay, so everything is up to date here. So if I accidentally delete it all, we're good to go and everything will be fine. So I want to do a we're gonna do docker run it. Let's give it a name of, what name should you be? Probably just bspell. We're gonna give it a volume. So we only need one volume here, which is our current home directory to /data. And then we'll just go bspell, and then that should be it. And it should drop us in there and run it. Otherwise, oh, -it, not --. Fail to create task for container, fail to create shim task. Oh, executable file not found in path. Okay. So let's try this again. I think that, can I override the executable? I think I can, right? I can say, it's like executable. Let's also make this remove. I want executable is just bin bash maybe. Oh, it doesn't like that. Oh, it's entry point. What was I doing? Executable, entry point. Okay, so that overrides that, drops me in. I think you just usually add the command after the image name. You usually do, but because I did an entry point on that, if I were to do that, it would basically take the exact command in there and just append what I put after that onto that, which is the difference between an entry point and a command, because I can override the command by just putting it afterwards. It's actually kind of, it's kind of cool and clever. But okay, so the problem here, let me echo our shell, our path. Okay, so we have the home spell checker pyenv, that's fine. And then home spell checker code, that's okay. Now, if I want to do a bspell.py, and bspell.py, we're going to go into home directory, code words, and then this just starts working. Okay. So what did I do wrong? I did everything wrong. So this is bspell.py dash d, and then we're so it's we'll just give it a full path. So home spell checker code words. That should work. Okay, now we get to go through this hopefully one last time, and then our spell checker that's been Dockerized, written by a community member, should work. Okay, Python 3.12 got installed. Okay, everything's good, you know. So back to you. Let's do this again. So Docker run IT. Let's just assume that everything is going to work. So we're going to run bspell, pass it into data. Instead of rm, we're going to give this a name again, which is just bspell. Bspell like courses, Docker courses. Because I think it's stuck to whatever that was. So even if I run a different directory, it still has the same directories associated with it. I want to say that's true. But okay, we jump in there and there we go. We have our spelling just working right here, which is excellent. Okay, so run your first container. So objectives, that looks fine. So replace objectives. I want to add it. So there's probably going to be a lot of these we have to train it to begin with. So do we like Ubuntu with that? I want to add that. Okay. Oh, interesting. So here, this is an interesting sort of problem that it ran into. It doesn't see that doesn't with this T is fine. So I don't want to add this, but okay, so that's a bug. So what is S? S is skip the file, skip the rest of the file. So new issue. When attempting to spell check a word, or I guess the title is just doesn't is checked as doesn't. We could just put in the full thing here. So I think that's fine. It would be nice to see exactly where, especially when it's a longer line. It's like replace dropped right here. Okay, so nope, add that. Do I want this to be, oh, now, so this is interesting. So the Linux here is in lowercase, and I want to keep this as uppercase. So I think that it's auto changing that. Oh, it's checking everything for lowercase, which does make it a lot easier. Don't you want to it downloaded? Wait, did I put that in there? And downloaded? Where was that? Oh no, downloaded newer image. Okay, no, that's fine. Distro, I think, is fine. Wikipedia, did I capitalize that properly? No, but it's inside the URL. The best. Hello. How are you doing today? Is that in a URL? I bet that's in, yeah, that's in a URL. Skimus, hello. How are you? New tool, you were using another one I spelled. Yeah, so this is a community made tool. So Hugh from yesterday made this tool and sent it to me last night. So we spent a little bit of time this morning and we Dockerized it. So it's running in a Docker container, and I've limited it to only look at this thing, and we've copied in the words file that it wants to use. There's some things that I think are nicer about iSpell. I can see this, that there is definitely like room for this to become really awesome. So things that I like about this a lot, it gives a little bit, like there's the full sentence. That's really nice to sort of see in here. I like the history of like going through and like seeing them, even though it does feel like it's a little bit busy. Now, some negatives that I think can it's just like a side effect of like something pulling together really quickly, right? I would love to see colors to show, okay, where I'm going with it. This is this is lowercase here always when it's not lowercase here. So I don't know necessarily, am I adding the lowercase one to the dictionary or the uppercase one? And of course, creating a user dictionary that like can survive time would be really nice. And then also suggesting updates would be nice too. Also, there's a lot of words that I'm shocked are not in the words database, but we check there. Like this is the actual words, the words file from Apple. So that's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. It should really be better. Yeah, drop not being there is weird. It's super weird. But here's if we go and we take a look at the actual words dictionary, which is in user share dict. There is words here. we can bat words. So dropped doesn't exist. There's undropped, but that was the first one it found, which is super weird. Why is dropped not in there? I don't get it. But I don't believe that iSpell runs into that problem. So iSpell somehow has solved that. Where so this is just assuming that the words file is exactly what it's supposed to be, which is kind of what I assumed that it was supposed to be, but apparently it's not. Vivax, hello. How are you doing today? You're doing good enough? Well, I guess that's good enough. I mean, halfway through the week, right? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What happened? You just spent the day making a pronouns.page card. I'm sorry. It thought that there was a link. Nightbot, I think, thinks what we found out is that Nightbot thinks that anything that has a dot in it is a link. It's very aggressive. To be fair, domains can be links, right? Like it can actually link to something. But still, that's like I like Switch.tv. What about you? And it stopped that. Oh yeah, so it doesn't trigger on some domains because I've whitelisted a whole bunch. Like every time that I see a domain that like, okay, I can trust that domain, I throw it into a whitelist file, and then that is followed by Nightbot. So the other domain it doesn't know about, so it's like, no, you're dead, and it kills the. At least it doesn't time you out anymore. It used to time the user out. Okay, so now you're timed out for 5 minutes. Wait, what happened? Wait, what happened? Oh no! Okay, first of all, let's untime out. Untime out Vivax. Okay, Vivax, you're back. On a small channel, the streamer can manage the problem that I've noticed. So the main reason I put it on for links was because we kept on getting hit by people putting in links to extremely bad places and bad things, and then I wouldn't notice it for a little bit of time because I I get sort of like focused on the code. And so that's what I put in there, and we whitelisted as much as possible. Now, why I'm curious about what that second link was. They got it. If you would like it, the thing is, like, I try not to like ask people to be mods too much, because I also know that it's now like a look at it. But I trust you. You've been part of the community enough that I'd be happy to give you mod powers. If you want it, which it sounds like I do. So here, can I mod you? Yeah. Be a 13th channel you mod for. Nice. I believe as a mod, you're not, you can now post links, I think. I also set, so I set Nightbot to only deny for anybody. So like if you're subscribed, and if you're a let's see, if you're subscribed or if you're a VIP, you are allowed to post links. It's basically just anybody, like any, regular chatters. That's where the link stuff happens. Pay to win, exactly. Well, the idea is that if you're paying me, then the idea is that you're probably not a scammer that's trying to like throw in a bunch of links to it. But of course, that's not necessarily true. However, there should be less of those and easier to like stop with that. So thank you, Vivax. Also, like, you're like, I think I have 2 or 3 other mods officially, but they're not here very often. Also, Rugmat, we had another pet the cat. Oh, Zilby's eyes are open. Zilby. Oh, but he was sleeping. I do tend, Zilby gets sort of shocked pretty easily. I don't know why. Like, they say that cats are supposed to hear like 14 times better than us, and they have those whiskers all over their body, not just on their faces, where they can feel air currents. And so they should be able to, like, if your hand is moving towards them, they should be able to feel that way before your hand gets there. But quite often, Zilby has no idea where I am in the house. He doesn't have any sight problems. He doesn't have any hearing problems. I think he just sort of focuses / like stops paying attention, and then like obviously gets shocked. Only by us. Anything else? Yeah, your cat often ducks away from your hand. Yeah, like cats usually can tell when you're around. The only times, obviously, when they're in deep sleep, they are they're not paying attention. But deep sleep is like a very trustworthy moment. I try not to pet him when he's in deep sleep, because that's not cool. I don't want pets now. I want to go outside. Yeah. Zilby wants to go outside all the time. Although right now it's cold enough that I think he's realized he doesn't want to go outside. I do want to, the next time it snows, to let him outside to experience that. Because he always likes looking at snow. And during the summer, we let him out on a leash, where he can like just sort of hang around in the backyard. We can't leave him off the leash because he immediately tries to jump the fence and go play with the dogs next door. And he's never met them up close. But he thinks that he's going to have a great time with them. We have no clue what ours does outside. She just does what she wants. We don't let Zilby go outside on his own. There's but we're also like closer to the bigger city. It's way too dangerous for him. And he's proven to us over and over again that he would not survive on his own in a wild. He is no warrior cat. Okay, you're in a fairly open area. If I were to, like, every once in a while we think about, okay, would we want to go move into like the mountains, or, you know, someplace more remote like that? And we talk about like, okay, well, if we were to do that, would we let Zilby outside? And the only problem is that Zilby, like, there's going to be coyotes, there's going to be foxes. And I don't think that Zilby has the survival instincts to handle that. I'm just adding all of these like seconds and other things. I'm just ignoring the obviously like one-off things. So that way it'll be easier to work with. Okay, so that's another isn't, but that's okay. So what are we doing? We are spell checking all of the articles that we have in right now. And we're doing this not with, we were previously using iSpell, but Hugh, a community member who was watching yesterday, saw us using iSpell and was inspired and created a spell check in Python. And so this morning, sent it over to me yesterday. This morning we Dockerized it, so it's running in a Docker container. It only has access to the to our courses here, and we're letting it. We brought in the words dictionary that it wants to use from Apple, which theoretically is the same one according to the documentation that iSpell uses, but the dictionary, the words dictionary, is like missing a lot of things I'm finding, which means that iSpell clearly is doing something else on top of just looking in that words file. I don't know, it must have created its own at some other point in time. Because like it's things like allowed is missing, which doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Like, why is allowed missing? Creates, I could see, yeah, creates is okay. And there is at least one bug. The bug we found so far is that it doesn't respect things like quotes, no, apostrophes. So like this isn't, it's just looking at ISN. Okay, so this is VE, which is probably after an apostrophe. Yeah, from weave. Okay, privileges. So this is one of the ones where I'm like, okay, is that's a word, right? Yeah, privileges. Yeah, okay. That's it. The Coder Noob, hello. How are you doing today? You're learning AWS and you're using a MacBook, so you have a question. Can I connect to AWS EC2 Linux without PuTTY? Oh, yeah, absolutely. So on MacBooks, all of them come with SSH by default. And in fact, if you're on a Windows system, at least ever since like 10, they all come with SSH built into the terminal. So PuTTY was really there for you to be able to just use SSH on a system that doesn't have SSH, but on a Linux system and on a Mac system, we've had SSH available forever, and Windows systems modern times now do too. And so I believe it's if you go to AWS EC2 and you click on the connect and then using your own client, don't look at the word PuTTY, look at where it's like SSH something, and it should say like SSH -I. You hand it the identity file, which is essentially the that's the, well, what are they called? I forget, like the dot after it. That's the special PKI file that allows you to connect securely without like generally giving like a username and password. And then like at the username at and then domain. The PEM file, yes. So you have to download the PEM file, and then you could do SSH-I the PEM file. It has to be the correct permissions, but SSH will yell at you if you don't give it the right permissions and tell you what to set them to. And then you should be able to just get in. You do have to give it the right username, but hopefully you know what that is. And in AWS, there's only a few of them, like Ubuntu systems, I think, are Ubuntu. I don't remember what the other ones are off the top of my head. But yeah, it shouldn't be that too difficult. Awesome, and good luck. Hopefully you're able to get in. I want to someday create an AWS course. I went to a meetup one time where there was an AWS rep there, and they told me that a huge, like, they were aware of a lot of people who there was aware of a company that had begun creating like tutorials, and like it blew up, and they were looking into it and really concerned because there was a lot of bad practices, and they were complaining to me that they see that a lot in a lot of courses. Specifically, this is specifically for AWS, so I don't know about other clouds. It's just like, oh, just do this thing, and it was like completely insecure, a terrible idea, don't do this in real life type thing. But like it works in like demos. Which is obviously not great. Doing it quickly versus doing it securely. It's a problem in teaching, I've noticed. The problem ends up being when we want to teach, it's like, okay, like for example, giving, like if I was to do an AWS course, it's like, okay, we're going to create like, you know, an EC2 instance. And so we go through and like we click, we create an EC2 instance. And okay, it's time to now connect into that. You want an SSH. And for the security group, without necessarily thinking about it too much of like what this really means, it's really easy to say, oh, okay, we're going to set it to allow port 22 from anywhere IPv4. Perfectly fine for a demo, right? Like you're not going to, this is not a real like system that you're going into. From the teacher's point of view, everything's going to be fine. The problem comes in when a student takes this course and they don't really understand what's going on because they're starting with 0, right? They're just at the bottom of Bloom's triangle. So then they do the demo, and then now they come up with like, okay, time to do this for real. I'm going to do this for my company. I'm going to do this for my own personal thing. And then they do the exact same thing. Which, how can you blame them, right? They're going to create and open that up to the entire world. And they won't realize that that's potentially a big problem until either they get hacked or somebody tells them, hey, by the way, you shouldn't do that. And that's just a small example that like, there's like potential worse ones that can get you. You have a similar issue with teaching OOP. OOP is ultimately a way to reduce code reuse. So any example size code is usually overkill. I've gotten questions like, why are we using classes here? And my answer is to learn about classes. I would never make this class in real code, which sucks, right? Because when we're teaching and they're like, we're literally walking into that same problem that we walked into in math class. Like, what's the big joke, right? Oh, why are we learning all this stuff we're never going to use in the rest of our life? And that's because it's so hard to come up with relevant examples in a classroom scenario that aren't overcomplicated. And I'm not, for an AWS type course, I don't know if I can create a course that's like a read these documents and like follow along and do that. I don't know if I can do that. It's it's going to be way too hard, way too easy to like have that not work properly. I can point to places I've used classes, but to understand why classes were a good idea, I would almost have to explain that entire application. Exactly. And all of that is just going to confuse anybody who's still at the beginning where they're learning classes to begin with. And then that's how you end up with developers coming out of school who are immediately thinking that there is like that OOP is like, you have to follow it dogmatically to like the T. It's like, okay, we got to do everything exactly the way it's supposed to be. Albert, hello, how are you doing today? You finished reinstalling Fedora on your new disk. Excellent. Have you used Fedora before? I can't remember if you mentioned that. Okay, yeah, so you've been using it for a year. So you're still liking it enough to reinstall it again. That's good. it is nice having like a fresh operating system rebuilt. Like start over. Like usually when I build new computers, or I buy new computers or whatever, I don't use the migration tools. I often just will copy over the files that I want manually and take it as a time to reorganize everything. It wants me to spell check the check mark. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, you're the same. You copied what you needed from the old disk to the new one after the installation. It's a great way. I guess like coming from a sysadmin point of view, like there's several different reasons why to do that. But like the one that I always gave that I think is like really like a big thing to do is new operating systems, especially like home directories and other things, they have like new libraries, new file formats, new other things. Rebuilding those as opposed to just blindly dumping the old one in there allows like whatever the new thing is to exist, which usually is faster, better, you know, more good, something like that. I now use the part of the old disk that was allocated to Fedora as a scratch space for Chia. What's his Chia? I don't think I'm familiar with that. Deving is definitely not a word, but it is now according to this dictionary. Okay, inside it. That doesn't sound like a real word. Where is that in here? Oh, okay. So, while it isn't a problem per se, the data in the database is inside the. Oh, okay. Okay, so I want to, yes, replace. We want inside. But the problem is, okay, so inside and then he is still going to be wrong, which is not caught by the spell checker. Oh, it's a proof of storage blockchain. Instead of eating GPUs, it eats hard drive space. Oh, interesting. I don't really know anything about crypto. I generally try to stay away from it just because like there's so I figure that like if I wanted to get into it, I would need to learn so much. I think this was a new line problem. Uh, containers. That's wrong. This should be containers. You can start mining with a USB hard drive and a Raspberry 4 once you have created your plot, the most energy intensive part. Interesting. I probably won't get into that right now, but maybe someday. Map. Oh, is it because it's like mapping? Where is that? Oh, and map it. So yeah, that should be just map. A basic finished plot uses 100 gigabytes of storage space, but you need close to 400 gigabytes of fast storage to create one. Oh, wow. I mean, talking about a lot of storage space, I do have a bunch of old hard drives that I've agreed to secure erase for the previous company I was at. So just sitting in my closet right now that I need to like actually go through and like start deleting. And then they don't need them back. The company doesn't exist anymore. So I can just do whatever I want them. I'm thinking about creating a SAN and maybe like a home cloud. I think I know which home cloud I want to use. I don't know about like what hardware I want to get for the SAN. I don't want to build my own. I know that's like a popular thing for some people to do. I just don't have the time to do that. Even though it would be, I've always wanted to try my hand at some like physical build things. I just, I need to be successful here first before I start like jumping into something like that. It is interesting from a design standpoint how you can prove that you use storage space. Yes, there's a new line problem there. It is technically possible to farm without storage, but is way more costly than having 10 petabytes. Oh, wow. The problem is 10 petabytes is still going to take up space. Like now we're just talking about physical space that we're losing. And of course, running those all together, which generates a lot of heat, which generates a lot of which takes a lot of electricity. In some places, that electricity gets prohibitively expensive at certain times during the day. Like around here, they installed smart meters for everybody's houses. So if you take electricity up between 1 p.m. and 7 p.m., they charge you way more way more per whatever like kilowatt or whatever you're using than every like the rest of the time of the day, which sucks because it means that like if you want to do anything, you have to do it in the morning or at night. And even if you get home, like if you work out in a like at a physical place and you come home, you have to wait until 7 to do anything. And if you go to bed early because you have to wake up early, then that's not going to work then. You're just never going to... Weekends, at least, they are always on cheaper electricity. Oh, I missed that one. Well, okay. Docker raising Helix, I need to check. I need to, when I get to the rest installs, having a go back button would be nice. As far as you remember, we always had 2 different prices for electricity before smart meters. They over here, they, at least in the places that I've lived over here, there's just been the one price. And they really try to like well, that was fun. Sylvie, you okay? It's okay. That was the electricity blipping. That was a lot of fun, but the that would have been the end of the stream. But because I have the what is it? UPS. It caught it. But like all of the electricity went off for just a second, which is not great. Last time this happened, the electricity went off for real fairly soon after. Like 1 a.m. to 7 a.m. and from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. is cheaper. So yeah, the problem, the infrastructure over here, from what I understand, I'm not a electrician who knows like how the electrical grid works. But the places that we've worked, oh, and we're done. We've gone through them all. Okay. We're now on a countdown. I hope not. So the places that I've ever like lived at, the electrical grid doesn't seem to be set up in a way that allows anybody to like allows the electrical company to know that like, okay, this is like your electricity coming from this specifically, as far as I can tell, because otherwise they would have been doing that, but they're not. They required all of the houses to install special smart meters, which then like would track per time. And otherwise than that, it was all the meters that we had were just tracking like how much electricity was being used in general. Like it wasn't per time of day. And of course, like if you denied and you said no, you didn't want to do that, they're going to have a surcharge for you for not switching over to the new one. So of course you had no choice whatsoever. It's not a real choice. Okay, so we did we missed one. We missed one, or at least that I noticed, which was like a while back, which I forget what it was called. We'll hopefully find it when we get to it. But let's see. We updated these two. So apparently we found Docker problems in those two, which we haven't gone through yet, so we might have seen them anyways, but this is great. So we'll do a get status. Let's commit this, so that way we can always like undo / go back in case like something weird happened with it. So ran spell check. And we will continue working on this one now. Docker, which is connecting Docker containers together with networks. Okay, so this is create a Docker network. Well, I guess like it's just gonna be CRUD, right? So we want to list created Docker networks, created Docker network, attach a Docker container to a network. And that, I think that's it. That's pretty much what this is. Don't forget to remove the empty pretzels jar. Pretzels jar? Is that a reference? I don't think I get the reference. Oh, the reward. Oh yeah. Because we turned off music because it was destroying everything. Well, I turned off, you know why? I turned off music because YouTube is broken. Where is that? Reading out of pretzels. Okay, off. All right, that's turned off. All right, ad break starts. Oh, it skipped the 5 minutes and it's now ad break starts in 30 seconds. Okay, well, that sounds like it's gonna be a perfect time for a break. Now I'm gonna put on big Zilby screen for this with the break. Now, the question really is Zilby going to take advantage of this break to steal my chair? I give it like 50-50 odds. I don't know. We're going to find out. Anyways, I'm going to take a quick break and I will see you in a few minutes. All right, welcome back. Um, let's see. Let's switch back to you. Your cat stole your lap, Vivex. Cats tend to do that, don't they? Don't they? Is your cat a lap cat? Zilby is not a lap cat. He every once in a while will climb over and like I can count on one hand the number of times that he's like crawled into my lap, and then he never stays there for very long. He doesn't like to be on us when we're sitting down. Now I've learned that if I pick up Zilby and I walk and I don't stop walking, I just sort of like walk in circles, Zilby will like very happily like just sort of lay there and like be super happy to be held. But as soon as you stop, he's like, okay, my ride is done. You've delivered me to a destination. I don't care where it is. I'm gonna go off and explore now and do cat things. All right, let's continue on. So now we're gonna be going into this article. We're gonna read through it. You're on phone, can't reach keyboard. That is the problem with cats, right? And of course they're so cute. We don't want to bother them when they're on when they're on our laps. Although I do remember I was watching Rachel and June on YouTube, and Rachel had a cat that like got into her lap or something like that, and she's like, all right, I want to move but I can't, and I have this cat, so therefore I'm going to pet him until he gets bothered and then leaves on his own. Which to me that feels like maybe that's the nicest way of getting the cat to leave, is like just pet them. Hopefully they leave and don't decide to stay there forever. Your cat is a sleepy cat and needs 26 hours of sleep per day. That Zilby's starting to get like that. He wants to play a lot, but he also tends to sleep like we're sort of like he's lounging right now. All right, let's go through this. Connecting Docker containers together with networks. Objectives. By the end of this lesson, you will be able to list created Docker networks, create a Docker network, attach a Docker container to a network. Content. We have the Express CRUD application running in a container, but it needs a Postgres database to run. We could install Postgres manually in a container, but this violates the one purpose per container rule of thumb. When possible, we want to keep our technology separated. That means our application code is run in one container and the database in another container. However, if we were to start a Postgres container like we did earlier in this course, we wouldn't have access to it from the application. We need to make sure that they are on the same network. By default, each Docker container gets... I don't think that this needs to be like that. Each Docker container gets launched without a network. Is that true, or is it on its own network? I want to say it's its own network. You create your own container that installs the tools you need for devs and bridges and what I need from the host. Yeah. It's more of a Podman container than a Docker one. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder, is Podman networking different than Docker networking? It should be like relatively similar, but they should have slightly different ones. Renato, hello. Ciao, Brooks. It's always a pleasure to follow your hard projects. Well, thank you for that. I hopefully they're all helpful. It may all be on a NAT. True. Now it does say that it gets a network, but it doesn't, like a user-defined network is obviously, I think it's really just its own thing, right? Yeah, I think there's two things we're talking about here, but they're also the same, which makes it not fun. Okay, so I want to change this to be, so by default, each Docker gets launched with a default network. That can only connect to your connect to the internet, essentially. All containers share the same network, but is different from the hosts. And then there's NAT happening. Okay, so they share the same network, but they can't see each other. But if I create another network and I put them on it, then they can. But that's the network address translation working then at that point in time. Exeteo, hello. Sorry about butchering your username, but hi. How are you doing today? Fire up 2 containers and inspect them to see what network they're on. That's a good one. X is fine. Okay, I'll try to remember that. The course is coming along pretty good. We've got over half the videos recorded for them, so we're pretty fine. I can't test right now, but I'm pretty sure that if you get the IPs of both containers, they're in the same subnet. Well, let's find out. So we have Docker network testing. So if I do let's I guess we'll pull up 2 maybe like Ubuntu ones. That'll be fine. So do Docker run IT. We can remove this. Let's give it a name of test1, and this will be Ubuntu, and we're gonna bin bash that. Bin bash is already on there, right? So we just Ubuntu that. Okay, and then so this will be test2. Also go to Ubuntu. Now, if I try to ping test1, of course, ping is not found. You managed to move closer to the keyboard without the cat leaving. Oh, that's excellent. Sometimes, like, if the cats like change their positions, that's a perfect time to like do a little change ourselves. Spam, hello. How are you doing today? Okay. Now we can want to go there? That's an odd place to go, but okay. Let's what is it? Docker inspect. IPA. That should run. No. Is it IF? No. So IP is not found as a command in the container. Yeah, so IP in the container, not found. Now I think we can Docker inspect. Test one. Networks, bridge. Okay. Docker inspect test two. Okay, so IP address 172.17.03. So those would indicate they're on the same. They're getting addresses as if they're on the same network. But network address translation is absolutely not allowed here. Now, is there a way for me to open up network ID as opposed to where is network? Okay, let's try that. Okay, so network ID there. Inspect test 2. $7CA 778. Okay, yeah, so it's exact. So it is the same network. So it's the same default bridge network. But they can't connect to each other. I guess the way for us to test this, or how could I test this? How could I like, is there a server that I can create somewhere else? I should be able to ping. Okay, so we need to install ping. Yeah, no, we're gonna do an apt install. Okay, so apt search, is it just ping? There was oping. P. No, wait. I don't see ping. What is there a group that ping comes in? Oh, netutils. Okay. Yeah, I bet that's it. I bet I can install netutils. No, it's not called NetTools. Net. There we go. Okay, so now, oh, ping is still not found. Okay. Netutils. Not netutils. How about net? Not that either. So Debian install ping apt. Oh, IP utils. Okay. Let's try that. Ninis, are you familiar? Is that a question of like what is ping? Like what it does? Nope, it's not IP utils. Is it IP dash utils? No. So many ads. I should probably like install an ad blocker or something. I keep on saying that and then I don't do it. Which ping? Okay, yeah, but oh, IP utils dash ping. IP utils dash ping. Okay. Okay, so hold on. If I search, so apt search for ping pipe to rip grep ping. Oh, I won't have rip grep ping. Oh, that's true. I need to use apt get oh wait, you can't, there's no apt gets, there's no app search. And then I want probably ping but ping space won't help. There's too many things here. This is not helpful. So we were thinking about like IP tools dash ping. Okay, yeah, IP utils dash ping. Did I not? Oh, I did IP dash utils. That's it. And apt cache search and apt search are the equivalent, but the apt cache search will be nicer for command line stuff, for like CLI, like piping into other things. Okay, now I can ping. Oh, just a potential package name? Yeah, that did not have it as a package name. Okay, so if I want to ping, we're on test 1. So if I want to ping test 2, name or service not known. I don't know what you're talking about, X. I clearly spelled it correctly. I mean, see? Just, hold on. There. Zilby can help me out here. Oh, try the IP address? Yeah, we could try the IP address. All right, what IP address were you again? Oh, now I got lost. So I want your IP address. So this one's IP address is 172. So ping 72.17.0.3. Oh yeah, okay. You saw nothing. Yeah. I never watched much of Hogan's Heroes. but I know it was super popular. Zilby was not happy with me using him as a scapegoat there, so he left me. 5-year-old, it's okay. It was on a lot. Like, I know a lot of other people watched it, but I didn't watch much TV when I was growing up. Okay, so we're on the same network. It doesn't know the name, but when I give it an... Okay, so... we need to rewrite our article a bit here. Okay, so by default, each Docker container gets launched on the default network. Default network. Okay. So okay, by default, each Docker container gets launched on the default network. This is good because it allows us to run containers, but then this is not true. Okay, this is good because it allows us to just run containers and they can access the internet, without us having to do anything. Technically, all containers, I guess it's not technically. While all containers are launched on the same network, it isn't easy to Ninice, you're heading out. Well, thanks for stopping by and helping out, and have a great rest of your day. Okay, so while all containers are launched on the same network, it isn't easy to connect to the other containers, since NAT or network, I'll do NAT. Doesn't work. This means that we cannot, we can only connect to other containers via their IP address. Obviously, since each container will get a different IP address, since each container will get a different IP address when they are created, it isn't possible to predict. Now, I know that we can do like network and like assign them IP addresses and all that stuff, but like I don't think that that's a good idea. It isn't possible to predict which address they will get unless we start like hard coding addresses or network information. Network settings. There is a better way. We can create custom networks and assign the Docker containers to them. That works when we do this, so we can access other containers. We can connect to via their container name. Much better explanation. I think that's more accurate and probably easier to follow. Okay. Let's reread this. Content. We have the, okay, so blah, blah, blah. We go through this. We need to make sure that they're on, so I guess it's not, we need to make sure that they're on the same network. We need to make sure that they're on the same network and available via the container name. By default, each Docker container gets launched on the default network. This is good because it allows us to run containers and they can access the internet without us having to do anything. While all containers are launched on the same network, it isn't easy to connect to, I guess, like the same default network. It isn't easy to connect to the other containers since NAT, network address translation, doesn't work. I mean, that's sort of like a small lie. This means that we can only connect to other containers via their IP address. Since each container will get a different IP address when they are created, it isn't possible to predict which address they will get unless we start hard coding network settings. There is a better way. We can create custom networks and assign the Docker containers to them. NAT works when we do this, so we can connect to other containers via their container name. Before then, before we create a network, let's take a look at the Docker networks available to us. We can do this with the docker ls command. Okay, then we have that. While the IDs for these networks will be different for you, everything else should be the same. These are the default networks that are available to you. Since these are default, I prefer we prefer to create new networks for each project. That way we can easily predict what containers are running on them and won't run into any surprises later. We can create a new network with the command docker network create name. This will create a bridge network. We don't need to worry about what bridge means at this point in our Docker journey. All we need to know is that it's the default type when we create a new network, and it's what we need to connect multiple containers together. Note, you may hear about Docker Link. That is a very old method of connecting multiple containers together and is no longer recommended. Networking is the way to go. I have still seen Docker Link referenced in some documentation, just every once in a while, especially on like some really old Stack Overflow answers. They're like, how do I access these things? They're like, oh, this answer has been created before, go reference that. And it's like Docker Link. I'm like, stop. Just stop, please. Okay, so Docker Network Express, okay, we do that thing. The long number that is returned when we create the network is the ID. We can use this when referencing this network, but the name must also be unique and is much easier to use. When we create a container, we can attach it is that true? Can I create multiple? Oh yeah, okay. It does require it to be unique. Ah. And is much easier to use. When we create a container, we can attach it to the network with the docker run-n option. Of course, this does mean that we'll have to delete and recreate the node container. In this case, we'll create the Postgres container first, since it's a requirement for the Express app. And so then the big difference here is that we've added the network to it. Great. Now we'll have a container running a Postgres database on a network. Next up, we need to create the container for the Express app. We'll need to add an environment variable to tell the Express app how to connect to the database. So that's where that environment variable comes in. We're still getting an error, but this error is telling us that the table task doesn't exist. This means it was able to connect to the database and is attempting to use it. We can fix this error by running the npx connects migrate up command in the app container. Renato, were you here before today? I don't think so. Hello, how are you doing today? DNS? Maybe it's DNS as opposed to NAT. Yeah, maybe that's a better, maybe that would be a better way to put it. Since, let's see, what if I just say, because some DNS is working, but like local DNS, it doesn't map names. Okay, so since the default network won't map container names to IP addresses. How about that? That works. Local DNS works when we do this. We can't. Okay, how about that? I think that maybe is better. Okay, so now we do docker exec, we connect into it. Now when we ran the command to get all the tasks, the app successfully connected to the app, connected to the database, and returned all 0 of the tasks. Okay, excellent. So we're looking good there. Which means that I believe we can, we'll be able to do our lesson thing. Which one are we doing? We're doing this one. A long title. Okay, and then we've been building this on top of VS Code. So I want to go find our Express CRUD. Oh, and apparently I have those things in here, so we can just remove those. Bash history. Bash history. I don't know why I have that npm. I modified the Docker file at some point in time, but that'll be okay. We'll be redoing that for the videos anyways. Okay, so what are we going to be doing? We're going to create the database one first. So we rerun our database. So Docker run I should reset everything that we have here, just so that way we yeah, let's just reset everything. So Docker stop, Docker ps. Now, the beginning of the article, I think we just go straight into, we need to connect them together. So I don't need to like run that as a demo of like, hey, it's not working. So let's just do we'll do our reset. So Docker, I guess I'll reset all the containers. So Docker remove. Fine, I'll give you the entire name. All right. So that gives us, we have reset networks, we have reset images, so we can now recreate the other ones. Okay, so I think we're good to go. I don't think there's anything else we need to necessarily do for this. So with that being said and done, let's let me put in you over to the left so I can at least follow you. All right, first recording of the day. Took us a little bit while longer to get everything set up, but now we're going. And let's see, I don't think we have anything else, so we'll just start with this. As a note, whenever I do these recordings, I don't check chats, or rather, I don't respond to chats. I sort of like every once in a while, you'll see me like checking them a little bit, especially if I see like the movement out of the corner of my eye. If you say anything that like I can integrate into the lesson, I will. Otherwise, I'll wait until the end and then I'll respond to it. So that being said, let's see if I can do this in one take or if it will take multiple takes. Here we go. So far, we've been able to create our database container and our Express CRUD container. But the problem is that they can't connect to each other. If we attempt to actually use them, or use the Express CRUD container in a way that like it needs the database, it can't find it. So we need to figure out some way to connect them together. Now, by default, when we do create our Docker containers, they all go on to the default Docker network, which is the same. It's the one network that they all go into. So they're all kind of shared and together there. And technically, if we were to figure out what the IP address of the Postgres database was, we could connect into it from the Express CRUD. But if we relaunch the Postgres database into a new container, then it will be a different IP address. And we can't guarantee that it's going to be the same one. Now, there are some commands that we can like maybe force the issue and say, okay, you always get this IP address, but that's a bother. That's too much work. There's a better way. We can actually create our own network. It still has access to the internet. It still can do all the normal things we expect it to do, like expose ports and everything else, but we can now isolate the entire project to one named network, which is really nice because now we can have a network per project and know that, okay, we have a database running in this network. It's the database that this app is expecting to connect to. And we can connect to it by the name of the container as opposed to the IP address, which is really nice. So let's jump into it. Let's actually do this. So first off, we want to take a look at what networks we have available. And we can do that with the docker network ls command. And by default, we actually have some networks available for us right now. We have, I have this test network that I created previously. So ignoring that, we have this bridge network, we have a host network, and we have a none network. Bridge type networks is the one that's being used by default by our system. And then these ones, these two, the test and the Express CRUD network, are created by me previously. So you won't see them on your system. Now, if we look at this output, it's very similar to pretty much everything else that we've seen from Docker. We have our network ID, which is just a hash. We have the name that we have assigned it, what kind of driver it is. We're not going to get into the drivers in this course. Just be aware that the bridge driver is generally speaking what we need. And if you need another type of driver, then you will, at that point, like you'll know enough about Docker to be able to like go into that research and figure it out. And then finally the scope, this is a local scope. Okay, well, how do we create our own network? Well, with the docker network create command. So in this case, we want to create it for that Express CRUD. So we're going to do docker network create. We're going to call this Express CRUD. I'm just going to call us Express CRUD. And there's our hash. So if we do another docker network ls command, we'll now see here's our Express CRUD with the beginning part of the hash here. And there it is, that bridge type network. Great. Now, unfortunately, we can only attach a container to a network when we create the container. I can't attach it to a network after it's been created. So once again, we're going to be creating our Postgres database container and the Express CRUD container from the images. But that's okay because we really want to get this idea that all of the containers are ephemeral, that we can delete them at any time and it won't really matter all that much. And it's true in this case, right? We have like the database just has a little bit of test data, it doesn't really matter. And our actual like code is stored on our system and mounted in. So if we delete it, nothing really bad happens, which is perfect. That's exactly what we want. We're going to start with the Postgres container because the Express CRUD relies upon it. So we can do a docker run. Now we want this like, okay, so daemon mode, We want to give it a name, and we're going to call this Express CRUD, like a PG for the database. We want, I don't need to expose any ports, because any ports that expose are from the container to my host system. And I need this to be ports exposed from container to container, which automatically happens behind the scenes for us. So I don't need to touch that at all. I don't need any volume stuff for this. At that point in time, we do need the environment variable, which I have it written down here, which is that Postgres password. Is equal to, okay, keyboard cat, and just in time, we have our own keyboard cat here. Okay, so we have our Postgres password, keyboard cat. I don't think there's anything else. Oh, we need to give it the network. So dash network, and then it's going to be the name of the network. So in this case, it is Express CRUD. And then just Postgres, and this will launch behind the scenes on its own, which is perfect. Okay. And next up, we're going to recreate the Express CRUD app. So that's going to be Docker run. We want this to be in daemon mode again. I'm going to give it a name of, I'm just going to call it Express CRUD. We need a couple different environment variables here. So we already know that we need the port, where we're going to set it to 3000. I also need to tell it how to connect to the database itself, which I have that listed out here. It is a DB URI. So DB URI equals, and then we give it a Postgres URI. So Postgres slash, it's going to be the username, the password, so keyboard cat at, and then where it's located. So normally this would be something like, whatever dot, Postgres dot, mydomain.com / something. This one, the network address name is going to be Express CRUD PG. So Express CRUD PG. Make sure I spell that correctly. Excellent. And then the name of the database is Postgres. And is there anything else? Oh yeah, so that's our environment variables. I also need to give it the volumes. So kind of volume, the current location to /code. Let's see what else. Oh, ports. We need to open up some ports. So -p 3020 locally to 3000 internally. And then we can't forget to put it on. We need to set that workspace. So workspace /code. Workspace? No, the work dir, like the current directory it's going to go into. We put it in to the network, which is going to be the exact same spelling. So Express CRUD. And then we want to run this on node 20. And with the command overridden to be npm run dev. And that's it. That should do it. We launch you. If we do a Docker PS, we see both of them are up. They didn't crash immediately, which is good. I should now be able to hit this. Let's first hit our health check. So we'll do a curl to health check. I am healthy, excellent. And then the other one, we want to get to our tasks. And this should hit our database. And okay, we get a better error than we did last time, which is it is attempting to select star from tasks, but the relation task, well, the table task doesn't exist in the database. So it's successfully connected to the database. Of course, It's not working. We have to fix that. There is a migration that we can run, and it's under a command that we can exec in to do. So we're just going to run that. We're going to do docker exec. I don't need the -i or t for this. I believe I can just do docker exec. We want to just go into express CRUD, and then we want to run npx connects migrate :up. This then runs the migrations, which creates the table. And if we do up arrow a couple times and we recurl to get all the tasks, we now successfully get all 0 of the tasks because there's none in there right now. So that's it. We've successfully created a network. We put 2 containers onto that network, and now the containers can access each other through their container names as the DNS names, which is really, really, really nice. Now you can essentially just develop as you normally would, and everything that you would expect to work just works the way it should. And that's all we have for this lesson, is just getting the network set up, which hopefully this has been helpful. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye. All right, done. Oh, and then Overlaid, hello, how are you doing today? You're new? Do I like videos or articles more? When I guess like it's both. It depends. Sometimes I like videos and sometimes I like articles more. And because of that, I decided that when I'm creating these courses, I'm just making both, right? Because that way, whatever learning style you have, if it's like one or the other or both, then it works for you, right? I know that's kind of a cop-out answer, isn't it? Because it's like, yeah, yes. The answer is yes. All right, we have an ad break starting in around 4 minutes. Did I skip the last one? I can't remember more. And also Zilby joined us, so I can put on cat cam again. He was very nice to walk in front of the camera. There's every course now that we made, at least one time Zilby's tail has made it into the actual course. And I don't even know what he walked over here, checked out like the mouse or something, and then just walked back. That was what he decided to do. So fun times. Okay, persist data with a volume. That's next. You personally prefer articles and written text because it's easier to find what you need scrolling, and with Control F, you switch to videos when the topic is too complex and you need to see someone doing the thing step by step to make sure you don't miss anything. That makes a lot of sense. I totally get that. It's also one of the reasons why I'm trying not to read the articles on the video. I'm just like redoing it essentially from memory. And that way, like, it hits maybe like a slightly different context, or like there's a slightly different way I go about it, and maybe like different words I use. Hopefully, like it helps more, because if I just read the articles, then there probably wouldn't be a difference besides the lack of the Control F. But yeah, totally understand. The Control F can be really powerful. Nanise, hello again. The way you just made that video felt like you don't read a pre-made script. Nope, I do not. I don't like scripts. I am not good with them. And well, okay. I shouldn't say that. I've read scripts before and I've like read things, and I actually can read scripts and like put emotion into them and like keep my eyes up and like looking at the audience while reading it. Like I can do that. I've done it in the past. I really, really dislike making scripts. I'm very bad at it, mostly because I don't have the patience for it. So I don't do it. Like if somebody were to make me a script and then I read from it, I would be perfectly fine. But I don't do it. So my entire style is always been more live and like raw as it were. All right, 1 minute. So advertisements are going to start in about a minute on Twitch. Unfortunately, we do those to keep the pre-rolls off. So sorry about that if you get caught by them. I know that not everybody does. So hopefully you win the lottery this time. By the way, you notice you put rules in the Twitch stream description. You think Twitch provides a special place just for that. So whenever someone new wants to say, oh, you're right. I have seen that pop up in Twitch chat before. I should figure out how to do that. Let me write that as a task. And I should put that the same thing into YouTube too, because I don't think I've done that at all. All right, so put chat rules into respective chats. Okay, perfect. All right. I believe that what we do here is we create a Docker volume, attach a Docker volume to a container. Like that's pretty much what it is. You're on a tablet that is too old for Revanced, so you gave me a singular pre-roll worth of money. Well, thank you for that. So thank you so much for that. Adri, hello, how are you doing today? Hello from YouTube. I'm overlaid. Just noticed I don't get Twitch ads if I watch from here. That's very true. You don't get Twitch ads on YouTube. It is really nice that YouTube allows me to not have. Well, do you get pre-roll ads? I don't know about that. Theoretically, you get just like the banner ads, right? That's all you get. I don't trust that whatever ad like that I would get ads if I watched my own channel. Because I think YouTube's too smart about it and tries to be nice to me. You're not used to watch streams in YouTube. Okay. Yeah, it's fairly new for me too. I haven't watched too many streams on YouTube. Usually I also watch them on Twitch, usually from my iPad, which is a different experience than browser. You don't see Twitch chat? Yeah, the Restream chat is broken. Well, okay. It's weird because Restream bot was working not very long ago. Okay, Restream bot breaks constantly. It constantly stops. I haven't figured out a place where I want to put the chat. Like I'm thinking above Zilby, like somewhere up there, which I put chat up there in the past. I'm also wondering if I want to do something else where like cut off cut off the screen or do something else. I'm not sure. I also can run OBS on this computer here and then use it, like override the webcam essentially, which could also be really nice. I don't know. Like there's a bunch of different things that I could potentially do for this. So it's on my list to do, to like create a new overlay for the stream and like figure out where to put the chats and how to put the chats too. So it's gonna happen eventually. Yeah, there the Restream bot works just fine. Oh, Rug, you want to pet the cat? Yeah, we can do that. Sophie. All right. Time to read through this. Persisting data with Docker volumes. Objectives. By the end of this lesson, you will be able to create a Docker volume, attach a Docker volume to a container. Content. Now that we have our Express CRUD app running in containers, we can begin working with it. I've used curl to insert several test tasks into the database. How about let's use curl to insert several test tasks into the database. So then we're going to do that, okay? And we can successfully get all these tasks back with the getAll route. While it isn't a problem per se, the data in the database is inside the database container itself. That means if we need to delete the container for any reason and recreate it, the data will be gone. This might be what we want. However, we might also want the data to be separated from the container. We can do this with Docker volumes. Do you also teach people personally or just through your courses? I wonder, because that's the best way to know what students struggle with. Yeah, I want to... Eventually, I'm going to do a live course where it's going to be like, it's not going to be a one-on-one, but it's going to be like a group of people sort of like together learning. And I find that that's even better than one-on-one. If you have like a small group, I would imagine that I couldn't handle more than 10 people at the same time, especially at the beginning. I would need, if I was getting like more than 10 people like signing up to pay to do courses, I would probably at that point be like, hopefully be able to charge enough that I could then also hire some people to work with me and have multiple instructors. It also seems like more and more technical people are moving off Twitch to be YouTube only. Yeah, I saw Faster Than Lime's article on like why you want to do YouTube only, and I read through it and I wasn't 100% convinced. Now, maybe like, I think like some of the things that he was talking about, like there's some quality concerns, like the recordings have to be like set to a certain like lower amount, which right now I am artificially lowering the quality more than what even Twitch requires. So I should probably play around with that to see if I can get like higher quality recordings. For that, I think Discord stages are good. If someone wants to talk, he raises a virtual hand. Yeah. But that is that would be for like a classroom type thing. I guess not classroom. I don't like classrooms. It's the group dynamics, like where everybody knows each other and is like working together for that. I think that's really good. And Discord groups for that are perfect. And they're free, which is excellent. Okay. Unlike networks, there are no default volumes. We can think of them as containers that just hold data instead of hold code or run programs. We can mount them to directories inside containers using the same docker run-v command that we do for sharing the directory between your host file system and the container. First, we'll need to create a volume using the docker volume create name command. Again, we can only attach the volume when creating the container, so we'll need to stop and delete the Postgres container. Then we'll be able to add the volume to the container with the option docker run-v volume name destination. Since this is a Postgres container, we'll need to find the directory where it stores the database data. We can find that on the Postgres Docker Hub page. In this case, it stores the database data at var_lib PostgreSQL data in the container. Let's create the Postgres container again, but now with the volume attached. Oh, here's, that needs to be one line. Since we recreated the Postgres database container, the database is empty and we won't have the table set up. We can rerun the migrations to fix that. And now our database is available to use again. This time, however, if we need to delete and recreate the container, our data will persist as long as we continue to attach the volume. Go ahead and try it. All right. We're going to continue exactly where we left off here. So with those two containers created, all right. So what's left in this? We have a few things left before we get to Docker files, I think, but maybe not. That might be the next thing. All right, recording time. Let's do it. In the last lesson, we were able to get our ExpressCRUD container to connect to our database container, which is perfect. Now we're able to we're able to run our code, we're able to test our code, develop, and do all that stuff we want to do. But we do have one problem. If for some reason we need to drop our container and recreate it, all of our data is gone because the data is stored in the database container itself. So what happens if we need to just for some reason recreate it? Well, we have to start over from scratch again. Now, is that really a problem? We should be willing to lose all that data, but does that mean we should have to accept it? Probably not. Also, I don't want to have cat. I want to start over again. Or update the database version. Exactly. For some reason. So yeah, that's a good point for why we'd want to recreate the database container. Okay, let's do it again. In our previous lesson, we were able to connect our ExpressCRUD app with the Postgres container, and well, they access each other, and we're able to get all the tasks that don't really exist. Now we have a problem. What happens if we were to try to delete the container and recreate it? Well, let's go ahead and show off what would happen. We still have everything working as expected right now. So let's create several different tasks. We're going to use curl for this. I'm going to do curl. We have to set a header to tell it to be a content type application JSON. And then we have to give it some data, which is going to be in JSON form. This is going to be name. And the name is going to be, we'll just do task 1. And we're going to send that to HTTP localhost 3020 tasks. Okay, so we've created 1 task. Let's go ahead and create 2 more with the great names task 2 and then task 3. And if we try to get back these tasks, so we just do our curl back together. Here's our task. We get them back. Everything is great. But now, what happens if we, for some reason, need to recreate our database container? Well, we can force the issue, right? We can just say Docker, what is it called? Docker stop express crud pg. Let's in fact just Docker remove express crud pg, and we'll do another Docker run for our Postgres container. It's up and running, and if we now try to connect with it and get all these tasks, we're back to this point again, where now it can connect to the database just fine, but the tasks are gone, which means that the entire table is just gone. Why did that happen? Well, the data for the data for the Postgres database is inside that container. So when we deleted it, all the data is gone too, which sometimes can be good, but not necessarily what we want. Now, there's a couple different reasons why we might want to recreate the container. We might just, want to we want to test a different version. Like maybe we're moving from Postgres like 16.1 to 16.2, and we wanted to change the tag for that. And we want to keep all that data. Well, we can do that with a volume. So volumes are just like networks, except there are no default ones, and we can mount them just like we do with the local host volume mount, except it's from the container itself. What we can do, we can list out what the volumes that we have, and I probably already have some by default. So let's do a Docker volume ls, and yeah, I have a bunch of them that are sitting here, that I've previously created. You'll probably have nothing in your list, and that's perfectly fine. You'll notice that there's really not much here. We just have a name and then the driver. So to create our own, we're going to do Docker volume create and then the name of it. So in this case, we're going to do express crud, that's just PG. And there we go. So we just created express crud PG as the volume name. Let's go ahead and remove, so Docker stop this container, because again, we have to attach it when we create the container. We can't attach it after the container has already been created. Okay, so here's our previous command that we're using, where it's this right before we go to start Postgres after the network. The order doesn't really matter. I'm going to use -v to set the volume, and it's going to be the name of the volume. So express crud pg colon, and then where it's going to go. Well, that's an interesting thing. Where do we put it? Well, it's going to depend upon whatever system we're using. Right now, in this case, we didn't create the Postgres image, so we're going to have to go look at the documentation to figure out where exactly that is. Let's open up our documentation. We're going to head over to Docker Hub and find the Postgres image. And in here somewhere, it should tell us where the data for the database lives. And so we're just going to go find that. And I've like several times gone over it. So it bears in mind, like, sort of looking carefully through it. All right, PG data. when mounting a volume to, okay, so this looks pretty good. There is, I think, one more area where, is that it? Yeah, I think that's it. So when mounting a volume to, so we don't want this one. We want this, varlib PostgreSQL data. And that's where we're going to mount into. And that's where it stores the database itself. And if we put that into this volume, then as long as we don't delete the volume, we can delete the container and reattach this volume to the same place, and that data will persist. As long as we don't use like a new container that requires a different type of, well, database format, which Postgres usually doesn't do, then we'll be fine. So let's come back to here, and we're going to attach you there. So Express CRUD, let's make this a little bit bigger. Yeah, there we go. Express CRUD pg /var lib PostgreSQL data, and then everything else is exactly the same. We hit return. Now, because we just created a new container, everything is reset. So we do have to do our exec command again to create the table. So let's go ahead and run that again. We do docker exec, run that npx connects migrate up. Let's also redo our curl command to create the 3 tasks. Okay, that created one of them. So I want to do curl 2. Okay, so those are all 3 created. And then finally, if we do our get the tasks, we now see them all out. Let's test this. Let's actually stop, remove our container and create a new one and see if our data is still there. So I'm going to do a docker stop again for Express CRUD PG, another docker remove, and then finally a docker run again for Express CRUD, with making sure that it has the same volume that we used before. And now, if we just use our previous curl to get all the tasks, we get all the tasks. We don't need to reset the database. We don't need to do anything else. All that data remains and is good to go. And this is it. Again, is this something that's absolutely essential for developing with Docker? No, but does it make it much more pleasant for us to use because we don't have to like constantly reset this every time we want to, like, well, for some reason reset the database? Absolutely yes. This is, in my mind, this is one of those like super nice things to have, and it will save a lot of time in the long run. And that's it. We have now, this is how to use volume containers. Thank you so much for watching. Hopefully this was helpful, and I will see you in the next video. Bye. Naveen, hello. How are you doing today? What is Docker? Docker is people usually say like Docker is like a containerizing system. The most basic way I can explain it, which is only kind of sort of a lie, is that it's a way to virtually run other operating systems on, like, inside of your computer. And you can use that to then like wrap around whatever code you want to run and then just sort of like run them. And they're semi-isolated from your host system. They're not quite as isolated as using like a true virtual machine, but they're definitely more isolated than not using one at all. Does that help? Does that explain it? And like, even like, I guess, like, does that work for you, that explanation? No cats on the course is just boring. Well, of course. Someday when I have enough courses, we can do a trivia where it's like, okay, in which timestamp in which course is Zilby's tail visible? All right, so now we're on to the Docker file. Now it gets really powerful. Create a custom Docker image with the Docker file. Nope, that's not what I want. Oh, you're concerned I was muted for a moment? Yeah, I guess I just wasn't talking. Saving my voice for the videos, right? Okay, well, obviously create a Docker file to run the Express, to run custom code. To create a custom Docker image. And then I don't know if I want to put anything else in there. All right. Create a custom Docker image with a Docker file. Objectives. By the end of this lesson, you will be able to create a Docker file to create a custom Docker image. Content. We have our Docker containers up and running and everything seems great. However, the Docker run command we need to use is a bit messy. It's unfortunately easy to mess up that command if you had multiple people on the same team, and you are using Docker to try to keep everyone consistent. We can fix this by creating our own custom Docker image using a Docker file. Let's take a look at the Docker file. Okay, let's take a look at the Docker file for the Express CRUD project. And so this is what I've already written in there. Now I just threw in the most recent version, which I think has changed. Because I think this is now all of this stuff. Now oh yeah, because it has the Alpine things in there too. It's fine. Let's walk through each command in the Docker file and why we have them. Okay, from node 20. I guess here, let's look at the Docker file for the Express CRUD project. You may notice I should find a specific commit. Oh, but they're probably just going to go over to it. Let's not reference this at all. Let's take a look at the Docker file we'll be creating for the Express CRUD project. How about that? Let's walk through each command in the Docker file and why we have them. From node 20. This line is telling Docker to use another image as a base. We cannot create a Docker image from nothing. It has to start on top of something else. In this case, we want to use the node image from Docker Hub with the tag 20. Since this is hard-coded, any developers on your team that pull down the project will be using the same image when developing. They can't accidentally use Docker, node 22. Or my favorite one was when I saw somebody using node 10 when 18 was out. I was like, what, how? Stop it. Okay, then we have the two runs, run touch hello, run echo hello world to hello. The run command lets us run code when the image is being created. In this case, we're creating an empty file and then in another command, adding a string to that file. Expose 3000. We're telling Docker that we'll be exposing the given port, in this case, 3000 to the host system. This is mostly to communicate with other developers since we can expose a port using the -p3000 option when creating a container regardless. And really, it was like the 3000. That's the one we've been using, so I want to keep that. There is an option docker run -p, which will auto map host ports to container ports using the exposed ports in the Docker file. These ports are randomly generated on the host side, so this makes it more difficult to predict what they are going to be. More difficult meaning impossible. Okay, Docker file, so env, port 3000, db URI. We can set environment variables inside the image. All containers that are created will get these variables, so we won't need to set them when using the docker run command. Please note that they are hard-coded into the Docker file and therefore will be pushed to GitHub or wherever you store code. If you have any truly secret environment variables that must stay out of your repo, then add them to the container with the docker run -e key value command. Volume/code. Similar to the expose command, this tells Docker to create a directory that will be used as a mount point. You can still mount anywhere with the docker run -v option though, so this ends up being more documentation for other developers so they know where to mount their volumes. Okay, health check. We can tell Docker to run a health check for the containers and publish the result in the Docker PS list. This allows us to see if the containers are healthy from a glance. In this specific case, we're running the curl command to our health check route 5 seconds after the container is launched. If the command fails, it will wait 30 seconds before trying again. It will repeat this a total of 3 times before it gives up and marks the container as unhealthy. Workdir code. The default directory that everything after I feel like this is hard to read. The default directory that everything after this will run in. There's a better way for me to write that, isn't there? The default the workdir command sets the default directory that all commands later in a file after sets the default directory for all commands that run after this line in the Docker file. Note that the CMD later doesn't have to change directory. It just assumes that we are in the /code directory. Perfect. Command npm run dev. This is the command that will be executed by the container when we create it by default. Note that we don't need to tell it what directory to start in. We just assume we're there because of the workdir command above it. Building the image. We have the Docker file. Now what? We can build our custom image and give it a tag of our choice. We can do this with the docker build -t tag name dot command. The -t tag name tags the image with the name of our choice. The dot tells the build command where the Docker file is. If we aren't in the same directory as the Docker file, then we can use the -f option. We can now see our custom image. To use this, we'll use the docker run command, but this time we can leave out any of the options that we set up inside the Docker file, like the environment variables. The run command is significantly simpler to use now, and when we ran the docker ps command, we can see that the health check is passing. We don't always need to create a Docker image, but if we find that we were adding many customizations or options when creating the container, we might want to simplify by creating our own image. And that's it. Okay. And this is also why we don't end up creating an image for the Postgres container, because that's not too complex. All right, next up. So I'm probably going to go to the Docker reference. And just start up here because it has everything we need, and looking through that is going to be fine. And then the other thing, we'll go back and forth looking at our code that we have. So perfect, we'll start here. I guess this is fine. This Docker file, at this point, I can probably just erase you, and we'll start over from scratch with it. Perfect. Okay. I think we're good to go. In fact, you know what? We can do one step further. Let's just delete this file. Which is even better. Sylvie, you look like you want something. Is there anything you want? I bet he's hungry. We skipped his lunch. He had breakfast, and now he's just slept here with us during lunchtime, and he probably wants me to make food. So during the next break, I'll probably make him some lunch, grab another drink, and then come back down. Give it to him. And that's probably when he'll steal my chair too. So that might be a way for me to get it back. Okay. All right. I think we're about ready to go. I did forget to give you ZilbyCam back again, so sorry about that. Let's see. I don't think I need anything, so time for us to start. We have an entire working app ecosystem now inside of Docker. We're able to run our two containers, connect them to each other, and then dev with them. But there is a problem. If we were to take a look at the Express container that we're creating, so let's do our Docker run and up arrow until I find, yeah, here's our Express CRUD command that we're running here. And this is not easy to look at. There's tons of things in here. Now there's some things that, like, no matter what we'll need, but not for everything. So Okay, never mind. Zilby wants to hang out. This is one of those times when Zilby just decides he wants to be, he doesn't like being a lap cat, so he likes to be a held cat. Not just in my lap, but also like taking over my arms. And of course he's purring, so I guess now we get to hang out, and I can't even move my hands to like go, like switch the screen to like the larger view. So I guess any of you have any questions about Docker? The only thing I can do right now is talk, really. Oh, are you done? Okay. That's how long Zilby likes to be a lap cat, as it were. Not very long. But I am covered in fur now. As it should be. All right. We get to start over again. Take 2. Are you gonna meow in the middle of this because you want me to go up and feed you? 20 more minutes. 20 minutes. I promise. Okay, take 2. In the previous lessons, we've got our development set up. We're able to create our database container and our Express CRUD container, so that way, well, everything just works the way we expect them to. It's not really a problem per se, but if we take a look at this command, this is the run command to create the Express CRUD container. It's a bit nasty. And there's a way for us to make this a little bit easier. And that way, if we're on a team, we can, it will be less complications for us to share that with our team members and less chances for them to mess something up. Like, for example, what happens if instead of node 20, they just do node by accident? And then they're using the latest version of node, which might not be compatible with our application. So the way to do this is to create a custom image, and we can do that with a Docker file. Now, to create a Docker file, we generally do this in the root of our application. So over here, I'm just going to right click and create a new file, and it's Docker file with a capital D. All one word, no dot, no anything. It's just Docker file. Now, VS Code immediately recognizes what this is and even gives me the nice little whale icon next to it. So how do we build the Docker file? Well, there's a Docker reference, a Docker file reference in docker.com that I like to use whenever I build a new Docker file. And so here we are at it. We're just going to go through. I'm going to keep everything where I can see the contents on the right, because I use this usually to sort of look through and see what I want to see. So to begin with, the first part of this is the from. And the from allows us to choose what the base image is. What are we starting from? Because we're creating a brand new image, it has to be based on something. Now, in this case, we want to base it on the previous command that we had, which, if we go back to our editor, is this one, node 20. So I'm going to type from, and our base image is node 20. Okay, great. And then we can actually just go through here and just figure out like what can we do to like recreate what we have here. Now the daemon mode, we're gonna have to like continue to have this in the next command. The name, okay, we have to set that on a command line too. Oh, environment variables. Let's go back to our reference and see the environment variables, which is Unfortunately, this is not in alphabetical order, down in env. So this allows us to set an environment variable with key value pairs inside the Docker file, which is perfect. So we have two environment variables we want to set here for our Express CRUD app. So we're going to do env. Now the first one is going to be port and equals, and we want that to be 3000. And then the second one is going to be db URI, and we're going to set that to Postgres keyboard cat Express CRUD PG. I'm not quite sure why it's able to figure out exactly what that is. I might have another file that has these values in it in this directory, and that's where it's figuring it out. Let's see, Express CRUD PG, and then Postgres. Okay, so those are our two environment variables. Volumes. So we can set what directory to go into the volume, but as we can see right here, we can just sort of override that at any time. So really the setting the volumes is kind of like documentation for other developers if they're trying to figure out where the container or where the image expects your stuff to go. So I'm gonna do volume, and we want to create the volume in /code. Okay, port. Once again, we can override the port just when we create the containers. This is again sort of like a suggestion. There is a command with a -P that allows us to auto assign whatever ports we put in here into the Docker file, but it does random ports on a host system, which makes it impossible for us to predict what they are. I don't really like to use that ever. I like to hard code and set what those are when we run it. Now we can do that with the expose command, and we'll find expose right here. So expose the port, and we could also say if it's TCP or UDP, and the default is TCP, and we're working with TCP here. All right, so expose, we want to expose port 3000. Next up, we have this -W for the work directory. And we can go find work directory down here. This sets the working directory for all following commands to whatever this is, which is really nice. So we want everything now to happen in, well, /code. So we can just do workdir /code. Let's see, what else do we have in here? There's a w-code. Oh, the network. Well, we can't really set the network inside of the Docker file, so that will be something we still have to do down here. We have the node 20. Oh, and then this npm run dev. This is the command we want to run inside of the container whenever we launch it. Well, we can do that with the command. We have to go find it, and here somewhere, there it is, command. And there's two different ways for us to run this. The exec form is the one that I see more people use more often, but you can just put the command out here like this. Either way should work just fine. I'm going to do the exec form because it's you do need to make sure it's all together like this, and maybe seeing me do this will help in case you run into a problem. All right, so we're going to do a command executable method. So we want to run npm, and then we can't put anything together. It all has to be in this array, essentially, whatever the separate thing. So npm run dev. Okay. And that should be it. That should let us now run everything we need to. Now, there's more things that can happen inside of the container. Like, for example, if you need to set anything up for this, we can use the run command. So run, and then we can just do something in here. Like for example, we could run touch like a file name, and that would literally run the command touch file name and create a file name in /code, because of course that's where the work dir is. I'm not going to do that here. All right, so we're going to save that, and now we need to create the image. To create the image, we're going to run the docker build command. So it's going to be docker build -t for tagging, and we give it the name and then the tag at the same time. And if we leave out the tag, it's going to be latest by default. Now here we get the choice. If we have an account on Docker Hub, we can use our username, but locally it doesn't really matter. We can just set this to be whatever we want. So we can just say, hey, this is Express CRUD as the image name. And I know that's the same as the official Docker names. I won't be able to upload this to Docker Hub because it's not namespaced. But if it's just local, it's okay. It's perfectly fine. And then we're going to give it a tag of latest here. I like to hard code that, but it doesn't really matter. If you want to create multiple images from the same Docker file, but maybe with like slight changes to them, you can do that with different tags at this point. And then I give it dot to tell it, okay, I want to run here, and it's going to find the Docker file. We only have one Docker file, so I don't need to like give it any other options to say, hey, go find the Docker file over there. Just choose this one. And so when I hit return, it builds everything. This probably will take a little bit longer on your system the first time through, because Docker tends to cache everything it can to make this faster the next time, and it used everything from cache that it could. So it rebuilt this. We can now run Docker images, and somewhere in here, here's our Express CRUD image. 23 seconds ago, it is 1.1 gigabytes in size. So, you know, it's gotten pretty big. That being said, we can now run this just like we ran the other one. So if we take a look at our docker run command, let me go ahead and just copy that, paste it back down here. We have docker run. So I still want this in daemon mode. I still want to give it the name Express CRUD. Oh, I should stop the previous one. So we're going to do docker stop Express CRUD. And docker remove Express CRUD. And okay, we're going to now rerun this. Oh, wait, what did I get? I got way more than I needed to do. There you go. Okay, docker run. Okay, so the -t, I still need that to run this in daemon mode. --name, I need to give this the name, so that's important. -e, I no longer need this -e for the environment variables. So I'm going to go ahead and delete these two environment variables from here because these are baked into the image itself. The volume, I do need to set the volume because otherwise the Docker image doesn't know to connect to our current directory. So dot to /code, that's okay. Port, I still need to set this so I can know it knows to map port 3020 on our local system to 3000 internally. The -w /code, I don't need this anymore because the Docker image knows to set the work director. The network, we need that because otherwise it doesn't know what network to connect to, and it would connect by default to the default network, which is not what we want. Instead of node 20, I'm now going to put Express CRUD. And I don't have to put in the :latest. It will auto look for latest if I don't leave it on. I'm going to just put it on anyways. And then I don't have to run this command. I don't have to set what the command is going to be because we've already set the command here. So if I run this, it just auto starts And now if we run our tasks again, so let's do our curl into the tasks. We hit that. Our tasks are still there. Everything is working as we expected, and we've greatly simplified the command that we need to run to start everything up. And that's going to be the power of the Docker file, because now if you're on a team, you can share everybody else how to run the Docker build command, and they can just build that up. And then you can rest assured that they all are running based upon the same technology at the same time. Hopefully this has been helpful. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Bye. All right, good. This is 3:57. Okay, not too much time. Zilby is he meowed a few times. I have no idea if that got overheard. That was hearable. If the microphone picked that up. And he was literally jumping off the walls a few times, and he like ran back and forth down here. So he's bothered by something. I think he might want to go. He might want me to go upstairs and either feed him or be with him while he like uses his litter box. So I'm probably gonna take an extended break. Sylvie's not here right now, so I guess I don't really have a break window. We'll just I'll be back in like 10 minutes or so. I don't know how long it's gonna take. Hopefully not too long, and then we'll go and start working on this. So I will be back shortly. I guess I could put the Zilby cam up. Even though that he's not here. Maybe this will work. Okay, anyways, see you in a few minutes, and ads will start in 3, in case you want to run away from those. Oh, and it looks like perfect time for the break to end too. Although it looks like my Elgato broke. That's not good. Zilby did just want food. I took him up. He didn't want to use the litter box. He just wanted food. What's going on with this? Why are you unhappy? Let's try resetting you. Coffee, hello, how are you doing today? There we go. Okay, fixed. Does it feel like the resolution has changed? It might have. Hi. You wanna hang out? Wanna come up here? Maybe? You're doing good? You just got back from work? Nice. Okay, where do you want to go? Oh, coffee. You dream pet the cat. We can pet Zilly while he's up here. Okay. Where you want to go, Zilby? Is not comfortable. Hey. Zilby, this is a good place. Yeah, exactly. Finwo, hello. Sure, sit on the head. Best place in the house. I mean, it is a cat, so I'm sure that's exactly what he feels. You wanna? Yeah. Okay. Oh no. Okay. You don't want to go to your cat place. Where are you going, Zilby? Also, I somehow now have Zilby hair in my mouth, so that's cool. Hi. Are you gonna stay there? No? Maybe? I think he wants me to go upstairs with him and hang out with him not here. But he's not yet to the point where he's going to be vocal on it about it. He's just going to stare at me forlornly, begging me with his eyes to go up and hang out with him or play with him or do something. But we're going to continue with this. All right. Running the container without root. Okay, so I think we can do like create a user. I think that's pretty much what it is. Custom users in Docker. Objectives. By the end of this lesson, you will be able to create a user in a Docker container. Switch to the create a user in the Docker file. Content. So far, we've been setting up our Docker images with the default user, which would be fine in most operating systems. However, in Docker, the default user is root. Obviously, this account has more permissions than we'd normally be willing to allow. So we're going to create a new user in the Docker file and switch to it using the user command, so that when our code runs, it will be running as a user with minimum privileges. Let's add this to the express CRUD Docker file. Run user add -d /code -m code. User code. I put this right under the volume line. Startup Builder, hello. How are you doing today? Am I recording my course? Yes. What I'm doing is we're reading through the lesson articles just to, as a second pass through, make sure that they're what we want them to be. And then I do a recording for it. Although right now what I'm doing is I'm just sort of reading it out, and then I'm going to cut it from the because I'm recording the entire VOD in one go. So I'm going to cut it from that later. I put this right under the volume code line, okay? If you're not familiar with the user add command, this will create a new user on a Linux system. The Node.js image is based upon Debian, as we can see in the tags page, so we can use any Linux commands compatible with Debian. For user add, we're using the -d option to set the home directory to /code instead of the default, which would be /home/code. We're doing this since we are already using that directory for where we're mounting the code from our local system. The -m option tells user add to not create the home directory. This is important since we've already created it. Finally, the code is the name of the user that we're creating. I think we can just remove the... Let's rebuild the Docker image from the Docker file. The previous image that we had won't include this new change. So then I did put a with user in there, so it's a different tag. Notice that I used the same image name, but a different tag, with user, so that we can see both images side by side. We can see both them with the Docker images command. We can create a new container, add it to the network, and just give it a different name so it can't run at the same time as our previous Express CRUD container. Because we're running both at the same time, I did give it a different port on the host side. We can now connect the container to verify that the application is being run by our new code user. Okay. For further proof, we can check the pass.wd file to see the user information for code. Okay, this there at the bottom. We can see that the code account on the last line has been given a new group, ID 1001, and its home directory is /code. Here's the full updated Docker file. And that's it. Oh, I forgot the health check in the last one. Shoot. Oh, we need to re-record that, or... I could either re-record the entire thing again, or I could do like a little addendum with a health check. I kind of feel like I want to just do an addendum and like cut that in. I think that would work. So let's Also, I really do feel like the resolution on this monitor has changed. That kind of sucks. I'm gonna reset the Elgato again and see if that makes it any better. Or rather, I unplugging it and putting it back in. Brooks from the future here. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Like, I might do it like after I said the beginning, or I'll just like cut over to it. That should work. Okay, this feels a little bit better. I like this a little bit more. You're probably frozen. Yeah, because when I move my mouse, you can't see it. So just reactivate there. Much better. All right, so just to remind myself of what we're doing here. With our Docker file, we also have the opportunity to set something called a health check. That is something that's going to help Docker determine if the container is healthy, if it's working as expected. And it could even tell us if it's healthy from the Docker PS command. Let's go ahead and add a health check into this. Now, I like to have the command be the very final thing in the Docker file, just because for me, it makes the most sense to look at there. It doesn't really matter the order that I put it though. So I'm going to put the health check right up here. So we're going to do health check, and let's go take a look at the documentation for this, because health check is going to be probably the most complex of the systems we're using here. Let's see, let's find it. Where are you? Health check. So with health check, we're not going to disable it with the health check none. We're going to do health check, and then with the command version, because we want it to run a command inside the container to determine if it is itself healthy. The options that can appear before command are, and then we have these intervals. Now, VS Code, because I've installed the Docker extension, automatically gives us what this looks like. So this is perfect. So we have interval. How long? It just gives us the answer right here. So the seconds to wait for the health check to run after the container has started, and then again, the number of seconds to wait before running again after the previous check. So basically just every 30 seconds, start running this. Timeout is how many seconds to wait for the check to complete before considering it to have failed. So we want to basically, if it fails, wait 30 seconds and try again. And then there's, I believe like it needs to retry 3 times. If after 3 times it fails like 4 times in a row, it'll tell Docker this container is unhealthy, because if it recovers after 2 times, we're perfectly fine. I left Zilby came up. I keep on forgetting to take that off when we start the recording. All right. Take two of take 2. It's not really take 3. Okay. Try 2 of health check. We now have our Docker image that we're able to create from this Docker file, but it would be nice for Docker to be aware that it's healthy or not. And there is a system that we can do with that. It is called the health check. Now, because we installed the VS Code extension for health check, it's going to help us out a lot. The documentation can be found over here in the Docker file reference, but we're not going to really need this because we get everything we need inside of VS Code. So it just health check, and gives us a good starting place. Now for each of these, like for example, the interval, this is how long it's going to wait to start doing the health checks and then how long between each health check, because this is not just going to be a one and done. This is a recurring thing. So if your health check is going to be expensive, like it takes a lot of CPU or it takes a lot of time to run and then verify, you're going to want to run this less often probably. But if it's maybe something really easy to run, maybe it doesn't take many resources up, you can run this more often. I tend to like the default of 30 seconds, but I've seen people go up to like minutes at a time between them. The timeout is used for when the health check fails. So if it does fail, how long to wait before we want to try again? And our start period is how long before we start with the interval. So I basically say, okay, just wait 5 seconds and then the 30 seconds. So it's gonna be 35 seconds before the first health check runs. And then the retries is how many times does this health check need to fail before it marks the container as failed. I think 3 is a pretty good number, but I've also seen some people move this up to 5, some people even down to 2 or even 1 in the case that you're really sure that this command, if it fails, it means things are really bad. And then what's going to happen? Like, what do we do? So in this case, we're going to use the command version of this. So I'm going to get rid of the array and we're going to use sort of like not this style, but we're going to do just a plain old shell command of what we would do to check this out. And that's going to be the curl command. Now, if we want to see what this looks like, let's go ahead and bring up our shell. And I'm going to exec into our currently running Express CRUD app. So we're going to do a docker exec it. We want to go into, what is it called? Express CRUD, I think. And then bin bash. So I want to run curl and just to check that health check app, health check route. So that's going to be HTTP localhost port 3000 because we're inside the container. The outside one where we have 3020 is only on my host system. Inside is 3000. And then health check. And I get this status, I am healthy, but I don't necessarily want all of that back. Plus, like if it fails, I want it to be like really fast. And I think I can do that with the -f command, the -f option for curl, which just should be a little bit better if it fails. So if I try to go like health checks, that gives us that. If I don't have the -f, it gives us this entire mess. Yeah, I don't want that. I want just like a really quick basic output. Either way, I don't think it will matter that much. But let's take that command that we want and we're going to put it into here. So command is going to be curl -f to localhost, HTTP, localhost port 3000 because we're in the container, health check. And that's it. This should now, when we run this image into a container, then it should now start running the health check automatically. Let's go ahead, quit out of here. I'm going to build a new image. Now, previously we used the latest tag. I'm going to do another tag for the health check. So let's do a docker build. So we did latest. Let's do a with health check. Build it from dot. The only thing that's different is that health check, which won't take really any extra time for it to run. And we can run this alongside because as long as I bind this to different ports, we can run as many of the Express backends as I want. So I'm going to do a docker run. We have our Express CRUD, our code. Okay, so the only real difference here, first of all, I want the with health check. as our image tag, and put on the same network. And then I want this to be 3021 as a different port. And if I run that, oh, the container name Express CRUD has already been used. I need a new container name. So maybe we'll call this Express CRUD Health. That launches that. We can now take a look at Docker PS, which will show this one is health starting. Let me go ahead and bring that up a little bit. Health starting. Now, if we wait long enough, this will transition from health starting to healthy as soon as it runs that. Now, we know it takes 35 seconds for it to begin running the health check. So right now we're sort of like in that, not really there yet. And I can't remember if it has to run all 3, not only to determine if it's unhealthy, but also 3 to pass to make sure it is healthy. There it goes. So it has determined that this container is healthy. If for some reason the container crashes or the app crashes and it can't get to that route, it'll mark this as unhealthy. And there are commands you can do with Docker to tell it to relaunch the container in the case that it's unhealthy. But that's out of scope for this course. And so that's it. That's how we can set a health check on our container in the Docker file, so we can later on go and look at it. It's like, yeah, things are working. Things are going good. And I think I'll probably just cut it from there, and then I'll put like the end thing. That'll work. That'll be fine. To remind myself of that, okay, we're done with that. All right, did we just read through this? I think we did. Yes, because it now has the health check and we saw that. So now we're ready to record for you creating the user. So let's go find, I don't think I need to find the man page for this because we could just use user add -h. Okay, let's do that. We'll reset you here. This will be fine. Okay, I think that is good. And the big thing is just the user add. All right. Thank you, Coffee. Hopefully this is good. We should be able to get a single, do this all in one go. We'll find. We'll find out. It is getting to the afternoon. That's usually when my brain starts like having trouble. So we'll see. Looking at our Docker file and looking at our image that we have for the Express CRUD app, everything looks good, right? We do have a concern. It's not really a problem. And that is that we're using the default user inside of our Docker image. And normally in a Linux system, a default user might not be a problem. However, the default user in a Docker container is root. And that means it has access to everything, way too many permissions. So we probably want to switch to a completely different user. However, there's no, like, we have to create that user first. So let's actually dive into our container and like take a look at how that works. So I'm going to do a docker exec. Actually, you know what? Let's just, we know that we're based upon some kind of like Debian or Ubuntu system because we can use like apt or something else inside of Node.js. So I'm just going to docker run it single dash it. I'm going to use this rm command. This rm command means that it's going to remove the container as soon as we're done with it. So we've used the dash dash name to name it. This name is incompatible with dash dash rm because why bother have a name when it's just going to die at the end of it. And then I want to open up, let's just go with node 20 because we're based upon that, and bin bash. So the reason for this is I want to experiment with how to create a user. And oftentimes it's something like user add. So if I would type user A and then did tab a couple times and then user add shows up like this, which is perfect. Now if I do -h, we get the help for it. Looking at it, user add, we have some options, and that's pretty much it. We just get the login ID. I'm thinking about calling it code because that's like, I don't really have a better name for it, and I'm not super creative when it comes to creating users. I'm also like not a really big fan of creating like fun usernames. I want to create them after like what they're doing, and this runs our code essentially. Okay, so what options do we want to have in here? So first of all, a base dir. So base directory from the home directory of the new account. So we can actually set what the base directory is, but also there's this -d, home dir. So home directory of the new account. That's what I want. So I want user add -d. Anything else in here? We have -m to create the home directory, but also -M don't create the home directory. That sounds a lot better for us. All right, so to recreate what's happening here, we're going to make dir /code to create that directory, and then we're going to do user add. I want -d to set the directory to /code. We want to -M to not create the home directory, and then we're going to name the user code. And when we do that, well, the user got created. If I now switch over to that user, so switch su dash to make sure it takes that user's environment and its entire context, and we switch to code, our shell changes. If I do alias.al, we're in, well, we don't see anything in there. We're not in that the express CRUD container, so we shouldn't expect to see our code. If we do a pwd, we are in /code. Perfect. And if we check the password file, so if we cat /etc passwd, we can see that the code user got created here. Its username is 1001, and it also created a group for us with the same name, code, and also just happens to be the same ID too. Also, it's going to be logging in using the sh shell as opposed to like the bash shell, but that's perfectly fine. Okay, so we want to do this exact same thing in our Docker file. Well, what do? We use the user add. So where do we want to run this? We want to do a run command somewhere in here. Well, we know we need it after the code directory is created, so somewhere after volume. Let's go ahead and just we'll do it here. So we'll do run user add -d for where to put it, so code -M to not create the home directory, and then code. So that's going to create our user. And then we have to switch over to our user too for everything else. Now, is there anything? Pretty much everything is going to be fine. I'm going to go ahead and down here say user code. Anything after this line user code is going to be run as this user. So everything up here is going to be run as the default user, which is root. And that's going to be fine. We're not really running anything anyways. Okay, so this should be okay. Let's go ahead and save you. I'm going to quit out of you. We're going to rebuild this container again. So we're going to do a, what is it called? It's the Docker build command, except this time instead of with health check, now we're going to do with user. Now it can create yet another instance of our application. So this is going to be a Docker run again. Instead of with health check, we're going to do with user. This is great. Okay. Express CRUD with user. Okay, so you should be, oh, and then we have to change the port because we have something else running on port 3021 already. This will be on 3022, and then we have to change the name. So instead of CRUD health, we would CRUD user. So if we run this, this launches too. Let's go ahead and Docker PS this. Everything should be fine. And just to text this out, let's do a curl HTTP localhost 3022 slash tasks. And everything works as expected. We get all the tasks out of it. So it's now running as that user. If we want to verify that it is, let's exec into that container. We'll do a Docker exec. What is this called? This is express CRUD user. Yeah, express CRUD user. Bin bash, which I also need to do the -it here. That drops me in, and if we say like, who am I? I am code. So everything is running for this. And that's it. We have now successfully created a user that is not root, and we have set it up in our Docker file so that it will run our code for us. And that way, if it tries to do something that needs extra permissions, it won't be able to. It can only do this one thing for us, which is perfectly fine. And that's it. Hopefully this is helpful. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye. Coffee. Okay, so I saw your question, but I didn't want to answer it in this video. So can you use the environment variable for port in your health check command so that if it's changed, the health check doesn't break? The really cool thing is that it won't change, right? Because, well, I guess there's it, because, well, I guess, that is a good, oh no, because we set the environment here, like the port here, like we know that it's 3000. What I think we were asking is like, can I set an environment variable somewhere in here? And I think that there's a way to do that. I don't remember off the top of my head how to do that, and I think it's out of scope for this course. But like, you can set like a constant or something and then use that. But basically, I hard code the port here inside the same file, and then I just use it here. And then anything I do outside of that, I could like break it, but yeah, we could. I could probably put something like that. Probably would work. Like this would work, but I'm not going to do that. I almost hit return. I almost used a Vim movement. Okay. So let's see. That's done. Automating the setup with Docker Compose. Zilby left, so there's no reason for me to accidentally turn this on again now. Okay, so use Docker Compose to automate the creation of multiple Docker files, containers. That's pretty much it. Docker Compose. Objectives. By the end of this lesson, you will be able to use Docker Compose to automate the creation of multiple Docker containers. Content. We can automate a lot of the commands required for setting up Docker using Docker Compose. This allows us to create a YAML file in the root of our project called compose.yaml. The previous version of Docker Compose required that the file be called docker-compose.yaml. If you see any documentation that requires docker-compose instead of just compose, be aware that I guess it should be docker space compose. Space compose. Be aware that it's for a previous version and your mileage may vary. Mileage, your experience may vary. I think its mileage may vary, right? Will this work? For those of you outside of the United States, does this make sense to you? Or is this like really confusing? And for those of you who don't use miles, do you have a similar thing? Like a kilometerage may vary? Like what's the saying for that? Okay, so it makes sense. Coffee makes sense, rug. Yeah, I feel like this one is pretty well known. It's been around a really long time. But like something I just thought of is like mile is part of it, and mile is like not everybody like most countries don't measure in miles, right? Like most countries measures in kilometers. Is that true? Or is it half and half or so? It is, I think it's imperial system, right? For mile. I'll keep it in right now, but if like people like, what are you talking about? I can obviously change it later. Every time that I write a Docker Compose file, okay, so I feel like this should be part of the video. Let's see. Docker Compose has it can be helpful to keep the reference documentation for Docker Compose up on a second window. It's not worth memorizing every config option, just how it works in general. Let's open up the compose.yaml file that we created. Did we create this? I don't think we created one. Let's create a compose.yaml file and begin adding lines. The full file can be found at the bottom of this lesson. We're going to start with the root level, services object. This will hold the containers that we want to create. In this case, we have our Express app and database. The order of the services doesn't matter. Normally, Docker Compose will attempt to launch them from top to bottom, but won't wait for any of them to finish launching before the next one starts. We'll control that later though, since we don't want the Express app to launch before the database. Since we have our own Docker file, we'll want to use that. We can use the build config and point it where the Docker file exists. If we had multiple Docker files and needed to specify which one we wanted, we can use the alternate forms of build. Our database service is pulling the image directly from Docker Hub. So instead of build, we'll be using the image config. We mentioned before that the two services will launch at almost the same time. However, we need to have the database running before we attempt to launch the Express app. We can do that with the depends on config. And then we have this database condition service healthy. Notice that we are using the long form for the depends on, since that will allow us to have the service not just wait for the database to be launched, but also wait for its health check to pass, which will guarantee that the database is ready for connections. We don't need a depends on for the database, since it is the first service to launch. There isn't anything for it to depend on. Now we're going to set up environment variables for the services. We have two choices. Here we're using the environment config, which requires us to hard code the environment variables into the compose file. If we have secrets in the environment variables, we'll instead want to use the env file config instead, which would allow us to .getignore the .env file or whatever we call it. Okay. Our depends on is requiring that the database service be started and healthy. So we'll need to set up a health check in order for Docker Compose to know that if it is healthy or not. The health check is very similar to what we use in the Docker file, and since we already have one set up for the Express CRUD app, we don't need to add it here. Okay. Since the first time we're launching the database service, the Postgres database exists, but is empty. We're limited on options of how to check that the database is up and running. Here we're running the psql-l-u Postgres command, which will connect to Postgres and list out the databases as the user Postgres. If this fails, the database isn't ready to connect to and will error out. We want to expose a port for the Express app and map it to our host system so that we can connect to and use the app. Here we'll expose port 3000 in the container and map it to port 4002 on the local system. We're using 4002 since nothing else is using that port locally. We don't want to expose the database ports to our host system, so we're leaving this config off the database service. The Express service will still be able to connect to the database using the port exposed in its Docker file, which is 5432. We want to map some values to our containers so we have access to our code, Express CRUD service, and allow data persistence, database service. We'll implement the volumes very similar to what we did when we're creating containers. For the volume we want to create, we'll add a new root level volumes object. This tells Docker Compose to create the new volume and map it to the database container. For the Express app, we can use relative paths. It will figure out where to map things based on where the compose.yaml file is. Here's the full Docker Compose file. And we're done setting up the Docker Compose file. You'll notice that we haven't created a network, and that's because Docker Compose creates a default one scoped to this project. We'll only need to touch the network settings if we want more than one network or if we want to exclude a container from being on the same network as the other containers. In this case, we want everything to be able to communicate with each other. We can launch the project with the command docker compose up -- wait. This will take over a terminal, but will also allow us to see what is happening and in what order. The -- wait will tell the services to wait until they are healthy. Unfortunately, the depends on config that we set up won't work unless we add this option. This will build the Express image from the Docker file and pull the Postgres image from Docker Hub. The health check will take a while, about a minute or two for the database to get set up and verify that it's healthy, but once it is, everything will be marked ready to go. However, we have a problem. When we try to run the app and get the task, the table task doesn't exist yet. We need to make sure that the migrations run before the application starts. We can do this by changing the command that we run in the Express app. We have a custom script in the package.json file called docker dev, which runs the same thing that dev does, but this one has a before script attached to it, so it will run the connects migrate up command before. We could update the Docker file to run this new command. However, we also have the ability to overwrite the default command and run this one in the compose file. Before editing the compose file, let's turn off the services by pressing Ctrl+C and then docker compose down. Then we can add the command to the Express server in the compose YAML file. Then we can restart the service with the same docker compose up -- wait command. And when we attempt to get all the tasks, we'll successfully get all 0 tasks saved in the database. We now have a much easier way to launch our services and Docker containers on our computer and develop them. We also don't need to teach Docker to our coworkers. We just need to ensure that they have Docker installed and can run the docker compose up -- wait command. This is where like the real magic happens. Like Docker compose makes everything so much better. Okay, so we have that. Let's close you. Let's actually just delete the compose file that we have here, because we'll start over with that. Quit out of view. Well, I just quit out of the terminal, but that's fine. And then I think that's it. So I'll probably be scrolling through and like just sort of following along as I did it in here, but then just sort of like rewrite. Oh, documentation. That up too. Wait, this is legacy. I want reference. Oh yeah, I keep on forgetting the documentation has changed. Now we have like services and then all the service stuff. And then we have like network here. Whereas before the documentation was all in like across. All right. It says ads will start in like 6 minutes or so. I don't know if that's enough time. You know what? Let's I'm gonna run the ads early. I'm gonna go use the restroom really quickly. Zilby's not here, so I don't have the camera on, and then we'll start the recording right afterwards. That way, it'll be available to all of you. So, quick 3-minute break, starting right now. All right, 50 more seconds until the break ends. All right. 10 more seconds or so, and then we'll go ahead and get started. Excellent. Welcome back, everybody. And let's go ahead. We're going to record the lesson for Docker Compose, which to me, Docker Compose is where Docker goes from like sort of being tedious and like, it's a lot of work. Do I really have to like, oh, okay. Now I can have my coworkers that they don't even need to learn Docker anymore. Like they don't even need to run a command. It's just like, it just works. I guess like they need to run a command, but I don't even know what the command does. Like it just works. So let's go ahead and let's get this recording going. Let's go with the recording, something like that. Words are hard. We now have everything set up where we're able to dev with a team, with Docker, in networks, with our volumes. Everything seems to be good. And again, we don't really have a problem, but that command that we need to run, we need to create our our two containers. We need to make sure that they're on the networks. We might be tempted to script it, to write like a really basic shell script to launch everything up together and just do it. But there's a better way. Docker actually provides a system for basically scripting multiple containers and having them run in their own networks automatically, and it's called Docker Compose. Now, Docker Compose uses a YAML file to basically configure it. We don't need to write code to tell Docker how to set up everything. We just write a configuration file. Now, the Compose file is again, going to be at the root of our application. Let's just put it right next to where our Docker file is. And creating this file, it's just going to be compose.yaml. And VS Code sees that it's a compose file because it puts, this time, a red whale next to it. Now, a quick heads up, if you see any other tutorials that tell you that you need to use a docker-compose YAML file, it's most likely a very old version of Docker Compose, because we haven't needed like a docker-compose in quite a while. So something to be aware of. There is a lot of history to Docker and also Docker Compose. Also, Docker Compose, it comes just with Docker. You don't need to install everything else. It just is already there as long as you've installed Docker a normal way. Okay, so what do we do in here? Well, there's a reference file for this as well. So if we go to our docker.com references, under API reference, compose file reference, compose specification, we're going to start over here in overview. All right, so what do we put in here? Well, over here on the left, we get to sort of see our root level things that we can put. The first thing is we might be tempted to use like a version at the top level, but it's there for backwards compatibility. So like if you have a previous version that needed to be like moved over, that version can stay in there. It's not going to be read by Docker Compose. It's just going to be pretty much ignored. You can put whatever you want in there and it doesn't really matter. So we're going to start with our services. And VS Code, because we've installed the Docker extension, is going to help us out a lot here. So we can just do services and whatever the service we want. Now we have two services here. We have our database and the Express app. So we're going to write database here, and these are going to be objects. They're going to have stuff under it. And we're going to have, we'll call it an app for example. It doesn't really matter. Now inside of services, we have to like now configure it what to do run on. Now if I'm on a Mac, so I just gonna do Command, I think I, and it gives me all the things that I can possibly do here. These are all listed in the under services on the right. Now the first thing we want to do is build what we have up here. So in database, we want it to come from an image from Docker Hub. So we're going to use image here, and then it's going to be the image name. So we know that this is going to be Postgres. And then what version of Postgres this is going to be? Let's take a look. So if I do Docker images, Docker images. What Docker images do we have for Postgres? We're just using the latest one, it looks like. So that's perfectly fine. We can continue using the latest one here. I'll just be specific about it. Postgres latest. For app, if I want to do the equivalent thing, well, we have a Docker file, so we're going to use that. So I want to, instead of image, we're going to build, and then give it the path of where the Docker file is, which is dot. If we have multiple Docker files or Docker files in different locations, we can use the reference file, which has a long form, which we can tell it like, okay, go find the Docker file over here, or like give it different options or something else. We don't have to worry about that as long as you're keeping a simple Docker file. All right, that's, well, at least creating the image here. Next up, we can, our app needs to wait for the database to be done before we create it, because we want, well, it needs a database, right? So under app, we can do a depends on, and then the name of a service. And the name of the service is database. Now, there's a long version of this. This is the short version, and I don't want the short version. I want the long version. So we're going to do database. And then are you going to, nah, so you're not going to help me out. So we're going to have to go to the documentation here and go find depends on. There it is. We want the long syntax here. So I usually just go to the examples here. So we have depends on the service that we're looking for. It's an object. And then I want condition service healthy, because I want to make sure that it's a healthy database, that it's really up. Because what happens here in the compose file is that it starts the containers from top to bottom. So it wants to start database first and then go to app, that's the right order, but it runs them asynchronously. It doesn't wait for the database to be truly up before it launches the app. It launches it starts database and then immediately starts app afterwards. That's not what we want. We want to wait until the database is up and running and active before we run before we even start running the app service. And we can do that here. So DB condition service healthy. So this is gonna be condition service healthy. Okay. Now restart true is telling it if you're not healthy, go ahead and restart automatically, which there's no reason we don't have that. If for example, the database suddenly just stops working, we might want it to restart for us. Let's see. I am going to not worry about that though. Okay, so we don't need a depends on for the database because there's nothing for it to depend on. We want it to be the first thing, so it just launches and runs. So perfect. Next up, environment variables. Well, we know we have some environment variables for database, and we have two choices for this. We can do an env file. So if we have a .env file or we can name it whatever we want. We can just do env file and then the file name. In fact, we can do multiple env files and grab them. It will grab them, sort of combine them together and make them available to the database. This is perfect if you have true secrets that you want to get ignored to make sure they don't work their way into your GitHub or GitLab or wherever you're hosting the code. In our case, however, we don't really care about this because this is dev information and it's not they're not real. So I'm just going to go ahead and do the longer version, which is environment. And this is similar to what we see in the Docker file. We have name and value. And if we go and take a look at how we launch our app, so that was Docker run. Let's go find our database. Yeah, Postgres password. So here that is. If I copy you and paste you in there, we now see Postgres password equals keyboard cat. I don't need another environment variable, but if I do, I just add another dash here. We do need two environment variables for our app though, so let's go ahead and set those up. So environment, we know we want the port, and we want this port to be, 3000. And actually, you know what? I don't think I need to set the environment variables here because they're already set in the Docker file. So we don't need to override you. You're actually fine already. Let's see. If, however, we did change the Postgres password, we would need to update and override the environment variable here. Okay, next up. Now we mentioned that we want to wait for the database to be up and healthy. One caveat here is that the Postgres container or image doesn't include a health check on it automatically. So we're gonna have to add our own. Now, Docker Compose lets us do that. If a container or an image doesn't have one automatically, we can just now do a health check and it just sets this up for us right here. This health check is going to be a little bit different compared to the one we have in the Docker file. For example, this test here is this first thing is to say, okay, what type it is going to be. We want this to be a command that runs inside the container. So it's a CMD. Then we want, in this case, I want to run PSQL, which is a way to connect to and run a command inside of a Postgres database from inside the, and remember, this is running in the container. So PSQL is going to be there. And then the rest of it is going to be very similar to that command that we ran in the Docker file. So it's this array where every option, everything with a space in it, is going to be a new item in this array. So -L, we want -U for which the user is going to be, and then also the user that we're attempting to log in as. And then I think L is listing out the databases. So like, as long as you have a database to list out, this will be fine. Interval. So right now this is set to 1 minute 30 seconds by default. Let's change this to be a little bit shorter. How about 30 seconds? Timeout. Let's make our timeout 5 seconds. So wait for 5 seconds and then go. Retries, we're going to set this down to 3. And our start period, let's only wait 5 seconds for this. Okay, so hit save. We now have a health check for our Postgres database container. Let's see, exposing ports. Now, we don't need to expose any ports for the database service. Those ports are going to be available to the app automatically. Like, they're going to be in the same network and it's just going to work out. The app, however, we do need to expose to our host system. So we want to use expose here, and then we can just do an array of multiple ports. And I want port 4000. Oh, it's not expose. I want ports. That should normally give me, there it is. Okay, ports. And then we're going to have the exact same, this is the exact same thing as if we did the -p command with the Docker run. So we're going to have a host port colon the container port. Now we know that the container port is 3000. So we're going to want something outside of it. Now we've done a bunch of other ports on 3000, like 20 and 22. So just to make sure we're not even close to that, we're going to choose 4001 locally to 3000 internally there. And then volumes. So we know that we want to have a data volume for our database, so we can have persistent data even if we have to recreate the container. And the way we can create a volume automatically is with a new root level object called volumes. And in here, we're just going to have what the volume is going to be named. So let's call it just maybe like database volume. And now I'm giving it a colon here, and I'm giving it no extra information. If you go and take a look at the documentation for database volumes, there's several things you can set here, but the defaults are pretty good and will work with what you probably want most of the time. So I'm just gonna leave it created here with nothing in it. I know that looks a little bit weird. If you don't have the colon though, it won't work. And we're going to, in database here, we want to set up the volumes, and we want the volume name container path. And remember, we call this database volume. So we're going to do database volume colon, and then we have to figure out where do we put this. Well, we put this under that var lib Postgres QL data. And there, we've set up the data volume to now store our Postgres data. We want the same thing for our app, but instead of a data volume, we want this to mount our local directory so we can update the code in VS Code and then have it automatically run in there. And we're going to do the same volumes, but the different method. Now it's going to be host path, so we can just do dot, and we want to go into /code. So exactly the same thing that we did before. And that should be done. That should be it. Let's go ahead and run this and see if it works. Now the command for this is going to be docker space compose. So remember, it's docker space compose. If you ever seen the documentation for the docker dash compose, again, that's the old version of docker compose. So docker space compose up, and then we have to tell it to wait, because it's not good enough to say like, hey, it depends on this database condition service healthy. We also have to say wait for it to be healthy at the same time. Otherwise, it won't really wait for this to be done, and it will be very confusing of like, why isn't it actually like doing what I tell it to? I know it doesn't make any sense, but just add that command in. Okay, so docker compose up dash wait. We should be good. I'm gonna full screen this so we can see all this output. Now, because I'm not doing, let's see, what are you, services, depends on database. Okay, so we have an error. Must be one of the following: service started, service healthy, or service completed successfully. I have this service healthy, but it's supposed to be service underscore healthy. But it gave us a nice error message that told us exactly what it's supposed to be. So let's change that there and try this again. Docker compose up dash wait. Now this is going to take over our main screen or our main terminal because we didn't put a -d, because we can again use Docker compose in daemon mode. And now we can see that this is, it builds the image for us. So we don't have to worry about like the Docker build command anymore. It will just do this for us behind the scenes. And you notice that we didn't give it a name of like what to name the image. It takes the name based upon the folder that we're in. So we're in this Express CRUD folder. It's going to create it, I think, called Express CRUD app or something like that. It doesn't really matter to me because all I care about is that it's working. We can see, okay, so it created a network for us. That was created. It created a container Express CRUD database 1, and it's currently working through the health check. And container Express CRUD app 1 is started. But it was like waiting and it was not going, but then this became healthy and now this is healthy. And so we're good to go, but it crashed immediately and didn't stay up. So that's not great. So what's going on with that? So we need to run, is it Docker compose PS? You're running, that's here. You're running up. Oh, it is up. Okay, never mind. It runs in daemon mode by default. Okay, so let's try actually running this. So we're going to do a curl HTTP. We want to get the tasks, but we have to make sure it's going from 4001. Get address info, EI again, Express CRUD app. So it can't, it's having trouble connecting to the database. Oh, and you know why? Because I didn't name it the exact same thing that it's named inside of the Docker file. So that is something for us to be aware of. For example, if we open up our Docker file, this environment variable is assuming that we've named the database Express CRUD PG. So I, at the very least, need to update and override this DB URI to be whatever we're setting inside of this compose. Let's do that. Let's overwrite that. So app environment, I want DB URI, and then you're going to be, let's just copy what you are. So Postgres, okay, username Postgres, that's fine. Keyboard cat should be fine, that's the same. But Express CRUD, it's not the same anymore because this is now just database. So we want to just name you database and then connect to Postgres. Excellent. Now I need to down this first and then we can rerun this. So we're going to do a Docker compose. Let's make this a little bit bigger so you can see. Docker compose down, and it will stop everything, but it won't delete the volumes. The volumes will always stay up unless you explicitly tell it when you do a down command to delete that. That way your data remains. Okay, so it removed the network, it removed the two containers, and it deleted them. Great. It also keeps the image for rebuilding the containers for speed purposes. You can also, with an option, tell it to rebuild those. All right, let's try this again. Do Docker compose up -- wait. This will run and be happy. Or at least, hopefully it should be happy. Now that health check doesn't worry about the database, right? So it thinks everything is fine, but when you try to connect the database, that's when things don't work out super well. It is possible in code, it does take some code to write a smart health check. So basically you can just say, hey, did like a command that was supposed to run, did that fail? Let's go ahead and make sure that future health checks return false. That is not something you can automatically do with Docker. That is something you'd have to do in the actual code for whatever server you're running. All right, everything looks healthy. Let's try this again. So we're gonna do our curl command again to HTTP localhost 4001 tasks. And this time it works. Everything is good. We've overridden that, whatever it's called, the Docker command. We've overridden the environment variable to point to the correct location. And that's great. And I think that's potentially all we need. Now, if, for example, we like our Docker database wasn't set up properly, we could override a command to maybe like do the connects migrate run up thing first. So that would be under app. You can override the command like this command and then just write whatever the command is going to be here. So if I wanted to do something like npx migrate, npx connects migrate, migrate up, and then like and something else, that would work. The other thing is, and then perhaps the better way to do it would be in like the package.json, for example, we have a Docker dev, which that would run this connects migrate up, but then before also running just our nodemon to like start the app, we could just run docker dev up. So we want our command to be npm run docker, what was it called again? Docker underscore dev. And this should also work. Let's go ahead and rerun this. So docker compose down. You do have to like let this run up or down. And then everything else should be pretty much the way you would expect them to be working with Docker. So go ahead and bring this back up again. And everything will be exactly as expected. So that is Docker Compose. Now, at this point in time, you don't need to share with your coworkers how to how to create the database container, how to create your how to build your image. You could just share the project, which has this compose.yaml file in it, and share one command: docker compose up -- wait. And you can throw that into maybe your package.json under a script to just auto run that for yourself. And that way, nobody needs to know how this works. They just need to know one very simple command, and then just everything works automatically. And that's it. That's Docker Compose. Hopefully this has been helpful. Thank you so much for watching, and see you in the next video. Bye. Let's see. Have everybody, and also the Better Owen, thank you for the subscription. Don't worry about don't worry about that. Not your bad. That was me forgetting that the audio was still on for those, and I had apparently last night turned the speakers way up in there, but I think that I paused around it enough that I can cut that out when I'm creating the video. So I think it'll be fine. Also, Super Cuber, hello. Oh, you didn't know that Docker-compose is boomer stuff? Immediately renamed my Docker compose YAML file. Yeah, it's kind of funny. I didn't realize that at all. And like when I did the original Rust U and then Rust Axum courses, I didn't know that. I was just going based upon what I knew, which was the Docker-compose, which is totally boomer stuff. And it's like, okay, you need to use the Docker-compose. I tried it with the Docker Space Compose. It's not compatible. They changed the format. So I would need to change it around. And then, but after I deployed it, I was like, oh, I don't want to do this anymore. Java guy, hello. How are you doing today? When will this course be released? Probably in a few weeks. That being said, I've been recording these videos, so if you're willing to dive through the last few live streams where I've like been building this on YouTube, then you can essentially get the content of the course. I sort of joke that it's my free tier, that you have to like dig through like just all the live stream craft that comes with live streaming to find it. Or you could just wait for a few weeks and then pay me, and then you don't have to worry about that. So it's pay for laziness. I don't know. I don't know what pay for nicety. I don't know what the word would be for it. It's not pay to win. It's pay to learn. Okay, so we have that. That's good. Oh, I went to bring you back. Also, I don't know why it worked with that volume. Did I name it the same volume? I must have named the same volume that I had before, and it reused it, which already had all the stuff in there. That must have been what I did. That's why it worked when it wasn't supposed to. But that's fine. It doesn't really matter. I still covered the thing they were supposed to. Okay. Final thing. And this section. Docker Compose Watch. This one's a fun one. Docker Compose Watch is brand new. It got released. It got pulled out of beta earlier this month. So this is like the new hotness in the Docker world. And I remember reading an email from Docker saying like, "Hey, go ahead and use this now. It's available. It's pretty cool. It makes things much faster when developing on a Mac and Windows system." I don't think that you're really going to see huge differences in speed on a Linux system. And that's mostly because of the way that Docker works on a Mac or Windows system. On Mac and Windows, it installs a virtual machine. And then it runs sort of Docker inside of that behind the scenes. You never really notice it yourself. But a virtual machine doing a volume mount between your host computer and the virtual machine is really slow. It slows everything down. On a Linux system, it doesn't use a virtual machine at all. It just uses the Linux kernel that you have, which is therefore there is the speed hit that you get is minuscule. You barely won't notice it. You won't notice it unless you share a ton of volumes. Yeah, so bleeding edge. All right, Docker Compose Watch. Objectives. We need to actually write those. Okay, so use Docker Compose Watch to auto update. No, to sync files, to sync code between your computer and the containers and the container. And I think that's it. This took us half a day to figure out. And there's sort of there's not a lot of caveats. There's some things to sort of be aware of. Docker Compose Watch. Objectives. By the end of this lesson, you will be able to use Docker Compose Watch to sync code between your computer and the container. Content. Starting in January 2024, Docker Compose added the watch config. This allows us to move away from mounting our local volume to the application container when developing. Since we won't have a volume bind, the changes will be faster and take less resources. We'll probably see improved speeds on Mac and Windows devices, but Linux systems should see some improvement. There are two things we need to add in order to make Watch work. 1. Copy in our code from the Docker file so that all of the files and folders are present when the containers are first started. I don't know for certain, but I think that in Markdown, if you just use the same number over and over again, it just auto actually updates and it doesn't care what number we have here. At least that's what happens in GitHub Docker, GitHub Markdown. So I'm just keeping this as 1.1. Replace the volume bind mount with a develop watch config. We'll be using the Express CRUD application as an example here. Okay, Docker file. We're starting with a Docker file that looks like, and so we have the previous one we had. We'll need to copy in the code when the image is created. We can do this with the copy config. Since the user code will be running the code we need to make sure that it owns this code, we'll use the copy chown code command to copy in all the files and folders in the same directory as the Docker file and set their user and group to code. We need to do this after creating and switching to the user. Compose. Now that our Docker image will have the code copied into it, we can add the watch to the compose.yaml file and remove the volume bind. Here's what we're starting with. So we have our Docker compose file. We'll remove the volumes object and replace it with a watch object. The path is telling Docker Compose where to watch for file changes and which files to sync into the container. This is relative to where the compose.yaml file is located, so in this case, we're using dot to sync everything. The action is what will happen when a file is changed. Since our container command runs nodemon behind the scenes, any file changes will cause the server to automatically restart. If you don't have a command that automatically restarts the server on a file change, you might need the action sync plus restart. Finally, target is where the code is syncing to in the container. The copy command in the Docker file is copying all the files and folders to /code, and the workdir is /code, so we're matching that. Now we can start up a Docker Compose system with the command docker compose watch. This will do an up for us and start watching for file changes. Probably better, we'll remove the volumes object in the Express CRUD section since there's also the global one. Which one is that? That's up here, right? Oh, yeah. We can have, that's in here. Okay, so we'll need to copy in, okay, so then, the volume command is no longer needed since we won't be mounting our code into the container. It would be a good idea to remove this. Good call. Okay, so compose. Okay, so we do that. We remove the volumes and replace it with the watch object. Oh, this too. But I was talking about the explanation when you're adding the watch section. There's 2 volume keys in the compose. Oh, I think, are you talking about like the volumes here? I think this is where I'm starting with, right? This is yeah, here's what we're starting with. And so we have our volumes here. We'll remove the volumes object. Okay, so we'll remove the volumes object from the Express CRUD service. Okay, that's what you're thinking. Remove the volumes object from the express CRUD service and replace it with the watch object. Okay, so we do that. Now we can start up our Docker Compose system with the command Docker Compose watch. This will do an up for us and start watching for file changes. At this point, we can edit our files in any editor we want. If a file changes or a new one is created, then it will be synced into the code directory in the container. If we use the Docker Compose up command, our system will work as expected. However, we won't be able to make any changes to the code since there isn't a volume bind mount. All right, excellent. There we go. Will it also rebuild the Docker file or compose YAML if it's changed? You mean, oh no, it won't. It will not. It just is only watching the stuff inside. That's the only thing it's doing. Where is the watch? That's under services. This one looks like it's under proper, oh, volumes watch? No. Where'd it go? Togglebit, hello. Raid and Run. Well, welcome, Togglebit. Welcome, Raiders. Rated mid-sentence too? Oh no, I hate it when like the timer runs out and you don't realize. Anyways, welcome everybody. How are you all doing today? How was Togglebit's stream? And what was he working on? Let's see. Welcome, Randbone, Privan, the Halu. We are currently working on creating a course for Docker. Specifically, it's sort of like an introductory course, like going through all of Docker. It's a getting up and running, being able to like build things. Like initially, it was the idea was it was going to be like a Docker for web developers, but I sort of just rebranded it to Docker, like Introduction to Docker. And we are getting ready to record a lesson that's going to be part of the course for Docker Watch, which is a brand new feature in Docker Compose. Out of curiosity, how many of you use Docker? Are you familiar with it? Have you used it? Do you know what it is? Use Docker on your Mac server. It's AI. I mean, you can run AI in a Docker. Supercuber, gotta go. Don't forget to mute sounds this time. I will do my best to mute the sounds, to turn my speaker down. Thank you for that. Okay, a little bit, Scott. It's the only thing you know about. So Docker isn't itself AI, but it allows you to run, like, imagine that it's sort of like running a mini operating system inside of your computer, and in that operating system you can run any commands, anything you want. And so, for example, with Ollama, which runs like an LLM, you can run that inside of Docker. It's I think a popular way to do that. Used it, was trying to figure out why my npm token wasn't recognized in it. Oh, yeah, there are some weird things with it. Where is watch? Why can't I find it in this list? Is it not in? Am I just like missing it over and over and over again? Okay, we're gonna have to search for it. Oh, Scout Watch? No, Docker Compose Watch. That's what we want. Cool. This is great documentation here. Where did I find the document? Oh, it's probably under manuals. Describing this as mini OS is begging for the question, what's the difference with the VM? Yeah, so that's a good question. And the biggest difference, a virtual machine fully isolates your system, like everything that you have, like your kernel of your operating system and the Docker operating system, like what's running in the containers. So for example, if you have a Linux system and you're running that and you run Docker, Docker shares the kernel, it shares the memory, it shares the CPU. It doesn't isolate them and like carve a chunk off and say, this is it. It's like, it's like, it's this now. Which both is good and bad. Like for the good parts of it, you get an immediate, there's no immediate penalty for starting up, like for even just having Docker up and running. It's not until you run the containers that it's like, okay, it's now going to use this memory. It's not going to use this part of the CPU. If you have a true VM, it's going to start using that right away. Now on a Mac and Windows system, it doesn't have a Linux kernel, which is what Docker kind of needs. So it actually runs a VM behind the scenes for you and then runs Docker from that. So it gets a little bit murky, like even gets more murky there because you have a VM, you don't even realize you have a VM unless like, and then things are doing what you expect it to. It's also the reason why Docker is so much slower on a Windows system and a Mac system than a Linux system, because you have that penalty of a VM. Which is one reason why Docker Watch is so exciting, because it makes things faster. Because if you do a volume bind mount between a directory on your host system and a Docker container in a Linux system, it's super fast because you don't have a VM that you're like opening a hole to and volume binding, mounting, whatever. That's like super fast. You're not going to really get a speed penalty. However, with a VM, you do. It's a pretty big speed penalty. And just having the volume bind there is the speed penalty. Like you already get it. Like things are just slower now just because of that. Watch allows us to remove it. I'm not aware of any BSD jails. That would be interesting to see if that does work. I've never really looked into it though. Oh, is it hypervisors? Don't hypervisors run a VM behind the scenes? Like they're I always like to imagine like the hypervisors like supervisors, right? For VMs. Like they're running and managing multiple VMs behind the scenes. But I am old school, so I might have missed like an update from Docker where like they switched away from VMs. But I thought that's what happens when you install Docker Home, Docker, what is it called? Docker Desktop. It at least on Windows and a Mac, it installs its stuff also for you. It's all murky. Yeah, I know. That's so I'm not actually really going over that. That's out of scope for this course. This course is really just like usage, so you don't need to worry about it too much. Okay, here is the information for Docker Compose Watch, which they just call this Compose Watch, not Docker, of course. And then here's how to use it inside the services file, which I don't understand. I couldn't find this. Oh, it's under develop. That's why it's under develop inside. Okay. In the Docker file reference, there should be a develop section. No, this is the Docker file. Okay, under develop, then we go to the development section, and then here's where we see watch is the only thing in the development section, which I guess is an implication that they might change it and there's more things that are going to be in develop in the future. The TLDR, it runs better on Linux. Yes, absolutely. Which is one of the reasons why, like, if somebody tells you, especially if they're coming from Windows or a Mac, if they tell you never run Docker in production, it's so slow, they might not realize how much faster Docker is on an actual, like, native Linux system. Okay. All right, so services, we'll go to develop. We're good to go there. Okay, we already have this set up. I have the Docker Watch section open here too, which has like everything we need. And I think we have everything we need to do. I'll probably like be referencing my previous article that I wrote for how to do that. As the Nightbot message just showed up in Twitch, says, I'm going to be recording this as a video that's going to go into the course, which means that I am going to kind of pay attention to Twitch chat. That means that if you have a question, if you have a comment, I will probably notice it. If it's relevant, I'll do my best to sort of work it into the video. Otherwise, I'll respond to it after we're done. I don't know how long this is going to take because Docker Watch is actually it kind of takes a while. It takes a bit. Like you have to update several different things to get it to work, and I need to walk our way through it. The other thing is we have 8 minutes until ad starts. Let me change that. Snooze. Oh, it won't let me like snooze all the snoozes. Oh wait, no, I can. I'm gonna use all the snoozes right now. There. Okay. Ads won't start for another 22 minutes or so, which should give us time to record all this. Hopefully this won't be over a 20-minute video, but it could be. And this will probably be our last recording of the day. So with that, so where do I want to start? Probably close all of these things, probably here. We have you open, you're running. Okay, so probably here's where we want to start. And I'll just mention that brand new feature and we'll just go over how to use that. Okay. Let's see how many takes this takes. And turned off my speakers so we can't accidentally get a whole bunch of noises in there too. Let's go. There's a brand new feature in Docker that released earlier this year, when I'm recording this, in January 2024, called Docker Compose Watch. And this allows us to be a little bit faster, at least on Macs and Windows systems, where there's more of a sort of like a VM magic happening behind the scenes with Docker, to have our code sync into the container it run. So normally, let's take a look at our Docker file. Not our Docker file, our Compose file. We have to have, for our app, this volume, where we're mounting our code into the volume. And it turns out that on Macs and Windows systems, where there's this sort of virtual machine thing happening behind the scenes, that's, well, actually quite slow. Now, it might feel fast to us right here, but as our code grows, that becomes slower. And if we need more volumes than just one, that slowness will start to become quite apparent. Now, Linux systems don't have to worry about this nearly as much, but they can still benefit, have a little bit of speed benefit from Docker Compose Watch. So let's go ahead and set this up. Now, there's two things that we need to do for this. We need to first copy all of our code into the Docker image when we build it. And that's because Docker Compose Watch does a sync with whatever the directory we're going to pass it. And that means that the files need to be present there already. Otherwise, it's not going to know to update them. Now, the way we can do that is in our Docker file. So currently we have this volume. We can just get rid of this. We're going to do a copy command. I'm going to do this below our user because we need to make sure that this happens as our user. We need to do the yes, we need to do this as our, do we? No, we don't need to do this as a user. We can do this right here. So the copy command is going to copy a file or folder from our home directory. So we want to copy our source directory, and apparently we can just chown it at the exact same time. So that's chown our user. Well, we have code, and then we want to our source directory. Well, it's gonna be just whatever our current directory is, wherever we built this at. And then we want to put this into /code. So that should work. Let me double check my notes here. I believe so, yes. And then that should be everything we need for the Docker file. We removed the volume, that's good. Now, if we go to our Compose file, we can remove this volume altogether because we don't need it. Instead of a live volume, we need to use this sync thing. Now, this is under the develop section, which let's see if VS Code knows about it. So if I just under here do develop, this is new enough for me right now that the extension isn't aware of the develop section. So let's go to the documentation. So in the services, we're going to find develop, and you notice we have to go to the development section. They wrote an entire section for this. So we click into there, and it gives us an example. So it's going to be develop watch. The only thing in here available right now is watch. To me, having an entire section for this tells me that there's more planned for this. So keep your eye on it. There might be some more cool stuff that Docker is going to add in for us. So we want develop watch. So let's just add these in one at a time. So develop watch. And then we give it this one thing, which is an array, but it has multiple things in this object. So it's an array of objects, essentially. So that's going to be an array, and we're going to have the path. So what do we want to, where is it syncing from on our host system? So our path is going to be, well, the current file, right? So we want just dot. Now the action, what we want it to do. So in this case, this shows sync. Down here, I believe we have our choices here. We have rebuild, sync, and then restart, sync and restart. Rebuild is going to rebuild the entire service every time that a file changes, which in this case is going to be a little bit overkill. Sync just syncs the files and then doesn't worry about anything else. And then sync plus restart syncs the files and then restarts the service. Now, because we have Nodemon running, that is already looking for file changes and is going to restart the server behind the scenes. All we need to do is sync in this case. So our action is going to be sync. Target. Where is this going to go inside of the Docker container? So target is going to be /code. And anything that we want to ignore. Do we want to ignore anything at all? In this case, I don't think so. We already have everything in there. Now, theoretically, we could ignore the node modules and then set up some script to automatically do an npm install when we first start up the command, start up the container. We don't have that right now, so I'm just going to go ahead and not ignore anything. And then I think we're ready to go. I'm going to go ahead and do a Docker compose down to remove the one that we already have up and running. And we're going to have a brand new command we're going to run to get everything going, which is Docker compose watch. So instead of Docker compose up watch or something, it's just Docker compose watch. It builds the images. Basically, it looks exactly the same as what we had already. It still runs. It does the wait for us behind the scenes. And once everything is up and healthy, we should start being able to use it. The other thing, though, is that this is going to take over a terminal window. There's, as far as I can tell, not really any way for us to get around that, but it actually can be good because we can see immediate feedback for when something is updated. So we have down here this message. It's action sync for path, and it's now watching for us. And we can actually see it's watching this entire directory, which is perfect. So I'm going to go ahead and open up another terminal here. Let's bring this to be a little bit bigger. Get rid of our sidebar. Let's do our curl command to make sure everything is working the way we expect it to. Okay, we have no tasks in a database. Perfect. And let's also check our health check, because that's maybe something a little bit easier for us to update. So health check. All right, we have that. I am healthy. I am going to keep this up so we can see this window down here. And we're going to open up app.js. And here's that I am healthy message. If I update you by adding, let's say, a bunch of exclamation marks and hit save, we see, let's see, cannot open file exists. What happened? Syncing app after changes were detected. Okay, so that works. That works there. Cannot open file exists. It copying files, exit to, and it didn't update there. Okay, we're gonna have to. Man, I was hoping this would work the first try. It didn't. It didn't work. Okay, what happened here? Action sync for path, express CRUD, syncing app after changes were detected. Cannot open file exists. Isn't it like what it's supposed to be? Like, of course the file exists. That's like the point. Is it because I didn't put in the Docker file this copy down here? All right, let's try this again. The lovely wait for the health checks to pass. Okay, there we go. So we have you running. You're on the right path. Yes, that is the correct path we're in. Okay. If we took a look at our health check. Okay, so we have the exclamation points because we started with them this time, and now I want to get rid of them. Hit save. Failure. What went wrong? What did I do? Did I do something different here? I don't think so. All right, what did I do in the Docker? Let's see, path dot action sync target slash code. Okay. I mean, that should all be fine. Cannot open file exists. All right, let's jump into this. So if I want to exec into, what do we call this? App. So pwd, so slash code, lssal. Okay, we have everything in here. It didn't like come into some weird directory or something else like that. It's all owned by code. The directory is owned by root. That could be a problem. But you're not telling me it's a permission error. It's telling me that syncing app after changes were detected cannot open file exists. That's interesting. Now, let's say I did update you, and we say we do a user add. Oh. We have to run makedir slash code, run user add, run chown code slash code. How about that? Maybe it is a permission issue with the actual, oh, because I removed the volume, so it didn't create it. And so there was weirdness there. Maybe? Okay, so you're up and running. Let's do our curl command. So we have I am healthy, and we update you to be bang, 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 bang. Save you. That was it. That was it. Okay. So we need to make sure we update that in here. Okay, so we're starting a Docker file that looks like this. We'll need a copy in the code when the image is created. We can do this with the copy command. We do that. Okay, the volume code command is no longer needed since we won't be mounting into the container. It would be a good idea to remove this. However, the user user add command expects the code directory to exist. We'll need to create it before running the user add command, and also change the permissions of the directory to be owned by code. So that's going to be this run mkdir code user add chown. So, okay. Then the rest of this should work as expected. That was the big change. Okay, cool. All right, let's go ahead and change you back to here. We want to volumes, code that, and then the Docker file. Volume code. Oh, also, for the article, it doesn't actually need to be below. That's a lie. Since the user code will be running, so we need to make sure that owns this code. We'll use the copy command. We do not need to do this after creating and switching to the user. That's a lie, because that chown makes it owned by the user. So perfect. Okay, so write that. That's good. You're back to what you used to be. You're back to what you used to be. You're back to what you used to be. Documentation. You're back to here. And I need to Docker compose. Okay, so I can actually just pretend that this is running still, and we'll just do a Docker compose down there. And I'll open up that side window again. All right. And I've done all my snoozes. Unfortunately, Twitch is going to run a 3-minute ad block to try to like turn off all the pre-rolls in 1 minute and or so. So we're gonna do the recording for this after that's done. So I think it's time for, I guess, like a quick stretch break. So I guess 4-minute break starting right now. I will be back shortly. All right, 1.5 minutes or so until everybody's back. And then we'll be good to go. All right. I think we know what we're doing. Will be take 2. I should git commit this. So let's see, we recorded lessons for Docker. All right. I think we're about ready to start. Twitch says that you're all back, so welcome back. Sorry about the ads. Hopefully there weren't too many of them. Hopefully you're able to take a break during it. But we are going to go ahead and get started with this recording for Docker Compose Watch Take 2. Now we know what the problem was, and we can avoid it. And we updated the instructions, so everything should be synced up and working properly. All right, what's the chance that it's gonna work this time? All right, let's do this. We now have everything set up with Docker Compose, where it just starts up our entire ecosystem of containers and we can develop with it. There is one, I guess it's not really an issue, but with the volume bind mounting on Linux and, well, on Linux computers, that should be pretty fast. On Mac and Windows computers, it might be a little bit slower. Obviously, your mileage is going to vary for this depending upon how fast of a system you have, but Docker behind the scenes is using either something like a VM or a VM that it sort of sets up for you. And volume bind mounting into a VM is a lot slower than just volume bind mounting into the container itself directly. That's one of the reasons why Docker on Linux feels so much faster than Docker pretty much anywhere else. However, Docker has released a brand new feature as of January 2024, which is called Docker Compose Watch. And this allows us to sync files and folders from our host machine into a container without a volume bind mount. This should be much faster and basically give us exactly the same experience. However, it's going to be a little bit to set up and make work the way we expect it to. Let's go ahead and walk through this process. So first off, we're going to have to make a change to our Docker file. First things first, we no longer need this volume because we're not going to have a volume mount. We're going to be doing this copy. Oh, and we have a kitty cat joining us. Hey, Zilby. Yeah, hang out down there. Okay, so because we removed this, that directory is no longer going to be created, but we're creating this user add that's assuming that this folder exists. So we need to create it. We do need to create it. So we're going to do run make dir /code. Now it's running this as the root user, which is not necessarily what user add expects. So we're going to write after this run chown to change owner for code. And so we're going to create the directory code, create this user, and then change change ownership of /code to be this new user along with the group code that's automatically created by user add. Perfect. And I think that's the only thing we need to update with our Docker file. Oh, wait, no, that's not correct. The way that watch works is that it syncs the files and folders. But if the files and folders don't exist already, it doesn't know to sync them. It'll only do that for new files and folders that are created. So we're going to need to use the copy command to copy them in. Now, this can happen anytime after we have our code directory. So I'm just going to go ahead and add it at the end before the user. So we're going to use copy source destination. And actually, I want there. We want this copy chown user group. So the user group is going to be code. We want this -- chown here to chown and change owner of all the files and folders that are coming into the this directory. So we don't have to do it again as another line after this is done. And then I want our from, so it's going to be the current directory that the Docker file is in, to /code. And that's it. This is all the changes we need to make to the Docker file. We're now ready to go. Now we need to make changes to the compose file because this is called Docker Compose Watch. We can't use this with Docker file on its own. It has to be used from compose. So first of all, let's go ahead and do a Docker Compose down. Docker Compose down to start shutting everything off. I'm going to go ahead and close our terminal while that runs in the background. We no longer are going to need the volume here for the app. Instead, there's a brand new section for the services. In fact, the extension for Docker, at least on my computer as of this time right now, isn't even aware of this. So I'm not going to get any help from VS Code. So let's go take a look at the documentation. In the services, there is a brand new config command in the service called develop right here. And all this is telling us is like, hey, go to the development section. So if we click on that, there's only one thing in here right now, which is watch. And this is actually pretty exciting because it means that Docker is planning on adding more things to this develop section, or at least I would expect it to, because this is now a pretty short file. It feels like they're preparing it for a lot more stuff in the future to come in. So that's what I'm hoping. So the way this works is we're going to do develop as an object, and then watch as an object under that, and then the config for watch. So let's set that up. This can be anywhere underneath the app. So we have develop object, watch as another object, and then an array of, well, an object. And we have the various keys here. So path. This is going to be the path on our local system that is going to look for and grab the files and directories. So path is going to be dot, just where we are right now. Next up, action. This is going to be what to do when Docker determines that a file has changed in our local system. And if we scroll down a little bit, we can see under action here, we have three choices. We have rebuild, and in rebuild, it's going to rebuild the entire service again once something changes, which you might need depending upon what type of thing you're building. However, in our case, we don't need to do that. In fact, all we need to do is just sync in the files, and then it's going to auto restart the server based upon that, which matches what sync here says. There's also a sync and restart. If we didn't have an auto restart whenever a file changed in our server, then we would need this. But all we need is just sync. So this is going to be action sync. And then let's see, after that, we need a target. Where is it going to sync these into inside the container? So target, and in this case, we know that they're going to /code. Finally, we have an ignore. Is there anything that we want to ignore here? And in this case, no, we don't. Anything new, anything that changes, we want it to sync in. Now, if we were to ignore node modules, that would make things a little bit faster because there's less files for it to copy in and sync. But we don't have like encode set up to handle, like do an npm install automatically for us. Perhaps that's like something, I'll leave that as an exercise for you. It's something that you can maybe like script and determine like, okay, something changed, go ahead and reinstall. Maybe that's where the either rebuild or sync plus restart could take effect. Let's go ahead and add that in. So target, actually, we don't need a ignore at all. Just not having it here will be fine. So I'm going to go ahead and save this. Let's go ahead and reopen our terminal here. It's successfully done the Docker Compose down. So we're going to use the new command, which is Docker Compose watch. And this is going to do an up for us behind the scenes, and it's also going to do the -- wait for us. So it's going to wait for everything to become healthy. So there it is. It rebuilt the Docker file, a new image for us. It's created the network. It's created the Express CRUD database. So it's created the container for the Postgres database. It's waiting for that to become healthy, and then it will start the app. So all we can do now is just wait for that to run. There we go. And we get this message saying action sync for path, our path, and then express CRUD. So this matches exactly where we are, and then the files that we expect to go in. Okay, everything's looking good so far. I'm going to go ahead and create another terminal window over here. And we're going to do our curl command to our health check. Okay, we see the I am healthy. Everything's looking good so far. Let's go ahead and make a file change and see it sync over here. So I'm going to open up app.js. And in app.js on line 14, we have this I am healthy. I'm going to add a bunch of exclamation marks, and we're going to hit save. And as soon as we do, we see syncing app after changes were detected. And then it even shows me the app from my computer that's going to be synced in. And then that's it. That's all it did. Now, if we come over here and we run our curl command again, which is kind of behind me, let me refresh that. We now see I am healthy, exclamation points. It changed. It restarted the server. Everything is good. And it ran pretty fast. Now, this is a small one. We probably wouldn't see it run too slow here anyways. But if we had a really big application, we had a lot of files, that might have taken a little bit longer for it to restart. And that's it. That's how we can now sync in our code. Our Zilby is wanting to snuggle a bit, so we're gonna end here. Hopefully this has been helpful. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Bye. Zilby, you wanna join me? You're about to rename Pet the Cat, but you guess you get it for free? Yeah, you do. Okay, what do you... Okay, Zilby. So Zilby is our, if you haven't seen him before, he's our stream cat. He's my boss. He's our manager. He likes to make sure that things are on the up and up. He's probably coming and telling me that my shift here on the stream is done and that it's time for me to go up and feed him and pet him and play with him and not just sit here and hang out with all of you. So that's probably what we're going to do. Let's go ahead and mark this as completed. He is enjoying the pets though. Okay, let's see. I want different compose. Where does that go? I want, oh, it's over here. Except I don't have a hand. I have one hand. Nope. You're there. Full screen, please. Oh, where, how do I go back? It's like, up. You okay? All right, Zilby's done. And this was at 06:35. Whew, a lot of things today. Okay, so we did, I think starting from here, did all of these videos today, which is what, 5, 6? 6 videos today. Not too bad. Which is excellent. Let's go ahead quit out. Let's save all of you. Let's see, recorded videos. I'll push those up. And then I want to save Express CRUD too. Recorded, compose, watch video. Push that up too. And I think we're good to go on this. I don't think I need anything else pushed up for you. Let's see, what else is going on with this? I don't think I have anything. Team Master, hello, how are you doing today? You want to learn how to work with Docker? You just got in live. Am I using Nginx with Node? I am not. So in this case, it's just running Express behind the scenes. And Express just runs its own server, and then I have that running on port 3000 in the container, and then I bind the port, well, I bind a variety of ports from my host system into that container. So I think in the most recent example, I bound port 4001 to that specific container, so I can just curl to that. Yeah, so like it's possible to use Nginx to like basically forward to like different ports, but there's not really that much of a need in this specific case, especially for like local development purposes. Nginx on production though, that is pretty important. So let's see. I don't think anything else. Oh, and you just got in the live. Oh, we're about to end. So sorry about that. I'm going to be okay. So we're not done with the course yet. We have some more things to work on here. Nginx is for load balancing, right? It can be. It is. The more appropriate term for it would be a reverse proxy. So what it allows you to do is send messages from different applications, like from different domains to Nginx, to a server. And then Nginx will look at that domain and say, ooh, you're actually attempting to hit brooksbuilds.com / whatever, like / Docker course. I'm going to send you to this application over here. This go to this port, like forward it to this port. So it's proxying for us. Oh, you're going to, I don't know, blog.brooksbuilds.com. I want you're going to go to like this other port instead on the same exact server. So it's one server, multiple applications hosting it. That's something that you can definitely do. Can you watch the live, or do you have to be sub? Oh no, you can definitely watch. And then the VODs are available on YouTube immediately, right away. I do plan on cutting them, but I'm like I'm like a month and a half. I'm at least a full month behind on doing that. I need to figure out like a better way to keep on top of that, because I am slow. I am also learning how to do cutting, and like I'm doing bare minimum editing, but it's still a learning process. So as I get better, I'll get faster. But yeah, if you want to take a look, I'm streaming this on YouTube, and then the VODs just immediately become available. And then if you want to watch the entire course as I've been creating, if you take a look at my uncut live stream playlist, you can find just look for the titles where it's like Docker course in there, and that's where like from the very beginning we start creating everything. So step one, we went through and we figured out what the course is gonna be, with the limitations of it. Then we wrote articles for it, and now we're creating videos for it, which is the second to the last step. And then eventually I'll be making this available to sell on my LMS. And I sort of joke that the VODs are my free tier, because like you can watch through and get everything from the course there. You just have to go through all the live stuff. So it's more of a pain. Okay, so that being said, let's see. Coding Garden is streaming. CJ is building an application in SvelteKit, it looks like, and doing Pomodoros. Let's see. CM Griffin has 640 viewers right now. CM Griffin is building Vexilla, so that is a lot of viewers. I'm going to send you all over to Coding Garden. So let's do I guess all of you on Twitch over to Coding Garden. I believe that Coding Garden is also streaming on YouTube. So if you're on YouTube, you can go find Coding Garden's channel and watch there and join there. Let's do a raid for Coding Garden. Invalid username. Okay, raid. There we go. Okay, much better. Let's see. Any other things? No more streams for the rest of the week. The rest of this week, I'll be back live on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday next week. On Monday, we're continuing our project where we're building Git in Rust using code crafters, and we're getting really close to the end, I think. Hopefully we only have a few more days of that left, but we're finding out a lot more about how to do like an actual Git clone from GitHub, which is a lot of fun. And then the Docker course is going to be Tuesday and Wednesday. So if you're more interested in this, I'll be back Tuesday next week, and I start streaming around 9:30 a.m. Mountain Time. And that's all I've got. So thank you, everybody. I hope that you have a great rest of your day, and I will see you next time. Bye.